this meeting back to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Superintendent, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We have our student board member online. Hi, student member Zhang, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. I do not have the copy of the broadcast statement.
Okay. Superintendent, do you have a copy of it real quick?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read it?
Sure.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, January 17th at noon and Thursday, January 20th at 7 p.m. It will also be webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting and submit a speaker form will be sent a link to participate. When it's your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do not comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, Superintendent. Item 4.3, Stellar Students. I have the pleasure of introducing the Rosemont High School football team. The Stellar Students for the 21-22 school year was Rosemont High football team has the best record in school history at 11-3 with 3 playoff wins, and is only the second SUSD team to make it to the section championship game. The team has 7 all-league players and 4 second-team all-city players, and has received coaching staff of the year from the SVC League. The team scored 392 points this year and only gave up 222. That is amazing. Finishing number 23 in the Sacramento Bee. I have to admit, I've known Coach Wanlin for quite some time. He coached my own son. I am just so excited, pumped up when I heard this news. You guys have done a great job. You should be very, very proud of yourselves. I know that was a lot of hard, strenuous work. I'd like to introduce to you our coaches, Coach Rick Wanlin, Coach John Straw, Coach Charles Parker, and Coach Mike McCowan, and our team captains. I may have messed up that last name. I apologize. And our team captains, Adam Wanlin, Jake McCowan, Michael Cherry, Dasani Nelson, and Charles Parker. Would you guys like to say a few words? And I really do apologize if I said your last name wrong.
Yeah, sure. I'm just, thanks for the recognition. We really do appreciate it. And it was just it was a very special year. Last year, we didn't have really a season. And being my son's senior year, and then got to the section championship, was really special for myself. My coaches did an excellent job this year of just preparing these kids, and we were really super young. So Jasani Nelson and Michael Cherry are both sophomores and both star players for our team. Charles Parker, seniors right there in the video, and juniors right next to him. He's another player. He's a junior. And what was cool about this season, more than other seasons I've coached, is how much we improved through the year. We just kept getting better and better, and these kids just soaked up all the coaching that we were giving them, and very smart team. couldn't be more proud of their effort and what they did for the school. Very cool environment at Rosemont this year because of this. Our admin team supported us. Our athletic director supported us with so much support. It was so cool. And at the section game, if you were there, the amount of people who came out to support us, ex-players, ex-students, it was just really cool. It was really, really nice.
Amazing. Would one of the players like to say anything?
Go ahead.
We're not too laggy, but I just thought like this season, honestly, like especially having a lot of new players and whatnot, a lot of these young guys, they outdid themselves on the field, and like guys that especially from being really close with our old team back when I was their age, but I'm not now. But getting to connect with like a bunch of new players.
His computer is not too good. Sorry.
This year it was fun.
I think we heard the gist of that for sure.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. I heard the gist of it. Is anybody else that would like to speak? I don't want to leave anybody out.
I'd just like to give a big thank you to my coaches. Really appreciative of the young men they kind of shaped on the football team, and just all around making a better season for us. So I really appreciate you guys.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all again. I envisioned you guys coming to a board meeting and seeing a football being thrown across the room or something. I don't know. It's just, unfortunately, we have to do all this via Zoom, and I was really disappointed. But I just want you to know that how proud I am as your board member, as a football parent. Coach Wanlin knows that I've been, very entrenched. My whole family's been entrenched in the football program over at Rosemont. You guys have done a fabulous job, and I've been talking this up to the community, and I want you all to know that even at the community association meeting that I just attended, your community is very proud of you. And so I know how strenuous it is to be a football player and a student. And so just know that you guys are doing a fabulous job, and just keep up that hard work. And we're very, very proud of you. And I hope that I can come and see you guys very, very soon.
Great. President Pritchett, if I can just mention very quickly to our coaches, to our student scholars, student athletes, I had the privilege of being there, and it was just a beautiful December day with the sun out, and it was a very, very close game. And there were so many moments where I just thought, oh, we are definitely going to catch up and we're going to win this game. But it was a hard fought battle, and our athletes, our coaches, of course, really represented Sac City in a way that we should all be proud, not just the Rosemont community, but this entire community. And so thank you for everything that you inculcate in terms of just life lessons. I see it in my own children, and we have so much to appreciate, especially during this pandemic. I'm grateful that we weren't in a position where we had to cancel that game. And so at least those memories will stay with our team and with our players.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, I have to admit, I was on the road and I was trying to log in. So the superintendent was online with me, giving me play-by-play. I was like, I gotta see, I gotta know. So just great job. Thank you, Rosemont Wolverines. You guys have done us proud. You're free to stay on to the board meeting, but you absolutely do not have to.
Right. Please. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
You take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Pritchett. There are no announcements out of closed session.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Collins. And then item 6.0, agenda adoption. We have 2 speakers on agenda adoption. Ms. Moretti?
Yes, one speaker is not online, but the second speaker is Terrence Gladney.
Okay, good evening, Terrence.
Good evening, and I'm actually combining time with Destin Tholmer.
Okay,
who's the
four
Thank
minutes.
You. Thank you. This agenda sets the stage for the meeting to follow. It's not a hypothetical visionary document. It is a plan with specific action items and a sequence to follow, with specific times and supporting documentation to guide all attendees and set reasonable expectation as to what is to follow its adoption. Unfortunately, tragically, there is no agenda for the current crisis state of our schools. Our superintendent recording a message from an isolated library is not an agenda, not a plan. Visiting a few school sites and purporting to understand the impact of this new wave of the pandemic on our site, and now district administrators, teachers, students, and families is not sufficient action, nor sufficient information from which to devise meaningful, impactful actions. Not having a plan for makeup surveillance testing for schools scheduled on Mondays during a time of year when we have multiple Monday holidays is inadequate, mindless, and negligent. Telling sites that they will just have to wait until the following week is not acceptable nor urgent enough to match the reality of the day. Prioritizing vaccination over testing during the surge of a variant that is indiscriminate is short-sighted. Sending students to an auditorium being used as a holding cell until we can book them back into their classrooms is not a plan, nor is sending initial exposure emails 10 days after the initial exposure and 2 days after the recommended isolation period ends. I typically am able to focus my advocacy on the greater population of our students because my daughter is okay academically, socially, and is, for lack of a better phrase, shielded from most of the comedy of errors that have been on repeat programming by our board and superintendent on channel SCUSD. But my daughter is not immune or shielded from the impact of the lack of action we are currently witnessing. Today, January 13th, I got an email notifying me of my daughter's exposure on January 3rd in the auditorium during 5th period. But the problem is my daughter only attends school 4 periods. She wasn't even at school. She doesn't have a 5th period. She takes 2 classes at Sac City. Item 11.1E is a consent item to extend virtual meetings for up to 30 days for our school board. It is okay for 500 students to be in a room for a 57-minute period, well over the 15-minute exposure threshold, but our quote-unquote leaders are hiding behind legislation that allows them to shelter in place at home or at the Crystal Palace we call the Cerner Center, while the rest of the common folk fight for their survival on our campuses. Since we constantly experience technical issues during board meetings at Cerner Center, why not embody the experience of our students and host a meeting in a high school auditorium with 500 students present? Leadership starts with an understanding of the challenge so that a relevant, effective plan can be implemented. Why is there such a resistance to even consider a hybrid or fully distant learning environment when we are actively supporting voluntarily staying at home with either packets for elementary school students or posting of work on Google Classroom for secondary students? Sounds worse than distance learning to me, since those students get 0 synchronous time. Do we have some students who absolutely require in-person instruction? Of course, but why implement a one-size-fits-all approach when we have students who thrive in a virtual environment? Isn't the premise of the highly touted UDL built on differentiation? As a so-called data-driven district, why do we keep scapegoating lack of common assessments as the reason we can't move forward? Where's the data on the effectiveness of grade scale modifications on student success? Or where's the collective data from the SEL surveys distributed during distance learning? I've been asked before to consider running for school board, but why would I seek out a seat that is apparently so high off even the community room floor that I lose touch with my feet and forget what the ground feels like? Forget how to walk amongst the people. No, thank you. How could I, in good faith, sit in a privileged position that shields me from the experience my own children feel? I'm good. I'll stay amongst the common folk, the real folk. As we come among Dr. King's birthday, let us remember that it wasn't solely his vision that affected change, but his action, his walking alongside the oppressed, suffering the blows, incarceration, and humiliation with them. I invite you to come stand alongside us. There's plenty of room on the floor with so many of our staff and students away from campus. Well, that's everywhere except maybe in an auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Member Phillips, are you?
So moved.
Yes. Sorry. Member Phillips, you're on mute, Member Phillips.
Yeah. Were there any words from the board regarding Mr. Gladney's statement, or we're just going to move on?
I'll second the agenda adoption.
I guess that's a move on. I just wanted to make sure that we recognize Mr. Gladney and what he said, he's actually saying a lot of things that many of our students were talking about. And I read every single last one of those emails today, and every written comment from the students was virtually the same thing. So we need to make sure that we're more up on this, because
Member Phillips, this is
regarding
agenda adoption, and so we can talk about some of this other stuff as we get further. But right now, we're on agenda adoption, and we need to make sure that we're talking about something that's on the agenda.
Okay, not the person speaking about it. So it's been moved and seconded, so I'll be muted now.
Thank you. All in superintendent, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Superintendent, or I guess I don't need a roll call on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? All right, thank you. All right, item 7.0, public comment. Ms. Moretti, how many live public comments do we have at this moment?
We have 40 requests.
Okay. We have 40 people online currently.
We have probably not that many, but folks come in and out as they.
Do we have more than 15 online at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I'm going to request that, and I apologize to the public. We want to make sure that we hear from every single one of you. So I'd like to ask that you keep your comments to 1 minute.
Our first speaker is Shonda Wesley.
Members of the board, back when school opened, we all talked about another wave likely hitting us again after Delta. But it feels like we weren't prepared. The staff at my school site are working tirelessly to make things safe, but the direction and resources comes from the top. I would like to ask the board to identify ways in which we can make our schools safer for now, but more importantly, for future COVID waves. We supplied the board with 10 recommendations from district families. Our COVID rate is now 7 times higher than Delta. And for those families who chose to keep their child home during surges, should not be penalized for their attendance. They should be afforded the time for the case rate to come back down so they can return to their regular in-person school. Also, I just want to say, Mr. Gladney's comments, ditto. He said everything we want to tell you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is LaShanya Brazel.
Good evening, everyone. LaShanya Brazel with the Black Parallel School Board. How is everyone? Happy New Year. How is everyone? Could you guys hear me? Okay. All right. So I just want to come to you. I'm going to find my notes. I want to come to you with a update from the Black Parallel School Board about some events and then some acts that we have. And you guys will be seeing me throughout the year speaking and just trying to come to a understanding of how we're going to make this effective with this learning loss for our families. So, of course, I'm LaShanya Brazel now with the Black Parallel School Board. And I want to update you with the first event we're having on February 15th is our Black Parent Involvement Day. This is the day that we're asking that board members, I'm sure we'll get a flyer out to you, that you please invite the parents out on this day with their scholars via Zoom in the classroom. I don't know what the protocol is going to be, but in the classroom, walk their child to school, walk the campuses, and just be involved with their scholars on this date. Also, the second thing I want to ask, please, is that we, due to this learning loss, the Black Parallel School Board feels that we need more, due to COVID-19, we need more instructional aides. We're asking 200 or more instructional aides.
Ms. Brazel, could you please wrap it up? Sorry.
We're asking that we please have 200 or more instructional aides, and that we do move into the 21st century of a multi-learning community, high quality, responsive and community-based learning community. Thank you again, Ms. LaShanya Brazil with the Black Parallel School Board.
Thank you. And please, if you can send your comments as well to the board, that would be great.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Next speaker, Ms. Moretti.
Our next speaker is Cassandra Hoff, and you have 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. First, I'm disappointed that Omicron school safety measures are not included as a specific agenda item. This is not the first surge and will not be the last. For the last 2 years, parents and teachers have urged the board to develop a robust plan to deal with these inevitable surges. This didn't happen. Please, in the future, implement a plan. This plan must include providing N95 masks to all students and staff, required testing for all students and staff, but most importantly, incorporating a permanent remote learning option so that teachers and students can easily transition to remote learning when necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hoff. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christine Bankston.
Go ahead, Ms. Bankston.
Hi, I'm a concerned mother of a student attending SCUSD school. We were promised a safe environment for our children to return to school, and so far I have not seen this. 3 days into school, we received a close exposure. Children with no follow-up, no checking, no proof of quarantine properly. Children and siblings from other schools are having inconsistent quarantine requirements. I urge you all to figure out how we can fix this. Get on the same page. We've waited long enough. We've vaccinated, we've left independent study, and I'm not happy with how the surge is being handled right now. How can we contain the Omicron if our children are being required to eat inside during inclement weather? On top of the dodgy and inconsistent rules from campus to campus, the dashboard is not even being updated regularly. We as parents are completely in the dark, and it's not okay. Unless things change, we are pulling our child from the district. You're gambling with our children's health and now education due to staffing shortages. I don't want my kids wasting time in the library. Just send them home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bankston. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Sid Jahori.
I was going to talk about the healthcare issue and what's going on in schools. I actually just had the opportunity to volunteer on a campus, and I can tell you it's a big old mess, but I feel like I really need to speak up. I've been hearing too many times during meetings where board members are treating members of the community who take the time out of their day to form a message and show up as though you all are doing us some kind of favor by making time to listen. And that is, let's not get this twisted. When Mr. Gladney tells you what's going on, he's doing you a favor. Y'all like to spend tens of thousands of dollars of our money that you say doesn't exist on consultants. We're giving you stuff for free. So please do not get this twisted. And please do not speak over Trustee Phillips when she tries to bring up something like this to y'all. She's bringing the voice of the people and you guys are ignoring it. And we are watching you treat us with contempt. We are doing our best to try and help our kid. Please treat us with respect. Treat these other people with respect. And Mr. Gladney, I ask you to reconsider. I know a heck of a lot of people who would vote for you, and I would help push that. I am livid. And I know a lot of other people who feel the same way. So fix this. Act right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Damien Harmony.
Hi, I'll be combining my time. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you much. I'll be combining my time with Kristen Godding and Brian Stroh. They've donated their time for me.
Okay, you get 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Harmony.
Thank you much. I had an attendance rate today of 41%. Most of my colleagues have a similar one all week. I teach at a high school. Our auditorium has a seating capacity of 454. I had to go in there and count because the capacity wasn't actually posted anywhere. We've had the kids in that auditorium at standing room only some periods. And as I was counting seats, I saw plenty without masks, very little academic engagement at all. We can't get subs, cannot get subs. And yet we're hearing from the district that more of our teachers should cover each other's preps, yet with no word as to when we'll get paid for the extra time and the extra risk. We've got kids 400 deep in our auditorium that seats 454. Y'all are meeting at home. I get it. COVID is dangerous. So dangerous that I'm missing 59% of my students and 18 of my staff. Yet your solution is attendance at all costs. So 400 kids in an auditorium with no visible filtration efforts, scant supervision, and nominal at best learning. Your dashboard has listed 7 active quarantine as of 5:47 p.m. tonight. I have 6 according to your own Infinite Campus. This must mean that someone else has the only other one in the entire district. Or much more likely, you are lying. You are deliberately misleading and misrepresenting the numbers to the public and hoping their children don't tell them what's going on, because no one could handle something so poorly and so incompetently. I must ask, what is your acceptable number threshold for children sick with a preventable and life-altering disease? It must be higher than 20% of an elementary school, because otherwise you'd do something about Oak Ridge surpassing that number today, per an email that you sent to SCTA this afternoon. That's 1 in 5 children who are reported. Given your slipshod process for reporting this information, the fact that you don't count it if it's not counted on the school site, this number is much higher, most likely. What's the percentage for high schools and middle schools? How has passive eugenics become your de facto stance? If I get sick in this environment, your plan is to charge me for the time that I am out. And if I run out of sick days and cannot pay my bills because I acted in accord with your policy, what then? Never mind the long-term impact on me and my family. Humanity, I cannot expect from you. So I'll try to stick to the numbers in this question. I not only have no confidence in this body and specifically in Superintendent Aguilar, I have little but contempt for you. You willingly have put, continue to put, and promise to put my students and my own children in danger from the safety of your home office. I hope that you pay attention to what I had to say as much as you pay attention to the clock. But I do want to leave you with an optimistic closer as your wellness emails continue to pour in, telling me to find purpose and kindness in my heart. So may you continue to safely enjoy your Facebook scrolling, your snacks, and your Spotify playlists.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oh, I'm not yielding my time.
Ms. Ready, what do we have left on the clock?
We have 10 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Fisher, and he is combining time with Cindy Stewart, Nikki Malevsky, and Melissa Reynoso.
Okay, so Ms. Ready, that was 4 speakers total or 5?
4.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. For the first time in a long time, Superintendent Aguilar agreed to our request to meet to discuss the staffing crisis in Sac City. We appreciated the opportunity to have engaged in a direct discussion with the superintendent, and we found the tone of our discussion to be constructive. The content, however, was concerning. Our conversation began with a discussion of the staffing crisis in Sac City. We pointed out that the huge staffing crisis has been there even prior to the current COVID wave. It is now chaotic. We pointed out it's irresponsible to still keep demanding $10,000 in pay cuts when it's even more crazy that the governor's budget has come out with a 5.33 COLA. We pointed out that considering layoffs, even talking about layoffs, is ridiculous during this chaos. It's clear to everyone there's no such thing as an extra teacher. Why you would even be contemplating that is beyond reason. Pointed out that not extending COVID leave and forcing educators to choose between their health and paying bills is borderline cruel, especially with all the money you guys have. You have enough to give the superintendent a huge raise, yet people are having to decide literally whether to go in with some sniffles and take risks or not to pay a bill. It's more apparent now that refusing to work with us to develop the virtual academy is reaping even more devastating results right now than we even could have anticipated. We need to have a plan that is more than just physically leaving the doors unlocked. Open needs to mean more than just the door is literally open. We need to be able to look at metrics other than that. We have COVID rates in 95819 of 1,000 infections, 95823, 12,000. So when we asked about metrics, the superintendent did not have any metrics outside of what he could rattle off as far as statistics, but no plan for what we would do if it came to a point where it's unsustainable. We believe in some sites that we're already there. Sac City is in a crisis. Students are suffering. Staff, including principals and administrators, are at the breaking point. When are you, as elected leaders of this district, going to act? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Davina Martinez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm giving my time to Erin Duarte.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is EJ Solis.
Hello, board members. Unfortunately, we're here on the behalf of all the concerned families, specifically the immunocompromised and special needs families whose voices just are merely not heard enough these days. We are knee-deep in a crisis, and you are failing us. We're here to ask for the ability to have a penalty-free online option from our homeschools with our children in the period of surges such as the one that we're knee-deep in right now. Let's dust off all the camera equipment that we bought last year and do the right thing for the health of our teachers and our children. Testing. The amount of K95s that you're about to order won't do enough. Too many students are wearing them around their chins and their noses. The dashboard is untrustworthy. Families like ours make our decisions on whether or not we're going to send our children to school on those days, and we rely on that information, and it's untrustworthy. Simply put, let's be more proactive instead of reactive and do the right thing and stay healthy with one another. Thank you. I stand with all the members here, and Mr. Harmony, our child goes to your school, and thank you so much for your passionate demonstration and your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ellen Yin Wyckoff.
I feel sweaty.
Oh, I think you're a teacher. Good evening, board members. My name is Ellen Yin Wyckoff, and I'm a parent of a 7th grader in the district. I'd like to urge the board to seriously consider adopting the 10 recommendations outlined in the January 11th letter by the family supporting strong COVID safety and independent studies. And I also like to just echo all and say ditto to all the comments that have been shared by many of the speakers tonight. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wyckoff. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Emily Hurley.
Hi, our family is at California Montessori Project, the Capitol campus. Today and tomorrow, the school is closed and Monday is a holiday, so we have a nice 5-day break to hopefully give our school an isolation boost. So when we return, we won't have more severe COVID outbreaks. Testing has also been smooth at CMP with many convenient options. We hope the district sees the effectiveness of CMP's efforts of consistent testing and school closure. But entering our 3rd calendar year with this pandemic, I am disheartened that we are still not taking it seriously. Parents should not have to choose between killing another child who is too young to be vaccinated yet in their family, or an immunocompromised family member and being penalized at school. Counting absences during a pandemic does not seem fair. Students should have the option of online learning. Los Rios campus and Sac State are virtual. It would be nice if we cared about our children's lives as much as we do adults. And IA should be longer than 14 days since these surges can last a month or 2. I have a baby who isn't eligible yet for the vaccine. So that means I have to choose between her life and my other kid getting an education. It does not have to be this way. I hope you hear us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurley. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Erin Duarte, and she...
Ms. Duarte, you have 2 minutes.
I've been given time from Adrienne Duarte, Davina Martinez, and Misty Collins.
Okay, so a total of 5 minutes.
Thank you. After 2 years of not contracting COVID, even being in a household with a nurse running the ER COVID intake during the worst of it, which now is up there, and him never bringing it home, I tested positive on Sunday. My family is all still negative, which means I contracted this at school. On our routine testing day, only about a third of my students have been participating. Another third was vaccinated, so by your protocols, not tested. And the last third never registered for testing. Routine testing of everyone would have prevented many of us who caught this last week in school from being exposed. So I am at home with a fever still going from 100 to 102.5, instantly tired, my head feeling like I'm underwater and brain fog setting in. Making subplans, trying to include work that can be done in class or at home in Google Classroom, trying to provide some feedback and responding to messages from students and families. While using my sick leave because the district is no longer paying for those who get COVID, even though I caught it from the negligence of your system. If I wasn't vaccinated and had to quarantine, that, however, would be covered. I'm angry because I knew this was coming. We all did. Sunday night, we were all checking and rechecking for an email with some kind of guidelines or if-then scenarios about potential on-campus outbreaks and classes without teachers. Monday, we were in shock by what we knew had landed. You all had to know it was a mess, and you let us dangle to fend for ourselves. You later said those from CERNA with credentials would be going to sites to help. But you don't need a credential to collect the garbage, to do yard duty, to answer phones, to be the crossing guard. Where was everyone? If you don't want to close schools, lock up CERNA and send everyone out. Where is the leadership to say that this should never have happened and sites should never have been left to feel abandoned? It was all held together by whatever sites figured out as a team. That is leadership, but it didn't come from you. You have put too much on your frontline staff, and now we're all getting sick. Our worry is not what are you going to do now that we're in full crisis mode, but what is going to happen to our kids because we aren't there. The only thing I have heard is that teachers and classified employees will be getting pay cuts, insurance cuts, and of course, layoffs. That is how you bolster your workers. You threaten them and you minimize them. And at the last board meeting, you called your head of legal services the heart of the district. What do you call your teachers, classified staff, and principals? We get the message from you that we are a number and we are not worth what we are paid, but we still go above and above and above because of the job that is not being done by you. You may have lost your heart of the district, but you need to understand it is the real people who do the work keeping it all together. Aside from all this COVID mess, I had to cobble together enough time to make sure I didn't get the wrap it up. Can you imagine if teachers did that to parents during a conference? Okay, district gave me 10 minutes for your conference, wrap it up. How else but these meetings are you going to hear us? I gave up on the emails because it's always going to be the same one person responding and everyone else deleting. I haven't seen a board member at my site since the photo op with the mayor for the elementary sports program, 2018, I think. If I said what you wanted to hear, I would get a little more time, a giggle, smile, and a thank you. But I'm telling you the truth and real frontline experience, so I will be dismissed and maybe even get an audible sigh and to wrap it up. It takes more time to cobble time together, say all the names, add the time, interrupt someone's train of thought to tell them to wrap it up, than to just listen. We don't have anywhere else to go, and we're begging you to understand what we're dealing with. If you had time to give Raul Bozio a standing ovation and for each board member to one by one recognize and give praise to the head of legal services, you have time to listen to your frontline workers and families who shouldn't have to beg for your attention. Enjoy your snack.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins, and she is combining time with Hope Dennis.
Good evening. I'm actually combining time with Vanessa Kudabak, Hope Dennis, and Stacy Yang.
Okay, Ms. Hutchins, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And before I start on my written comments. First of all, thank you, Aaron. Everything you say, I 100% agree with. And I want to say thank you to Member Phillips for trying to acknowledge Terrence Gladney's words, which reflect the thoughts of our entire community. I see you. I see how you once again are being treated. And I also see how no other members on this board had the integrity to support you. They are putting politics over people, and that is a shame. All right, so as I hope you're all aware, this school year is not going well. From the students who are still waiting enrollment in independent studies, to the students who are in person but still don't have a permanent teacher of record, to our outrageous COVID numbers, none of this needed to be this bad. Our issues this year are caused and or aggravated by the district's disinterest and inability to plan or properly prioritize. The district, supported by this board, refused to plan ahead for an at-home learning program for the families in the district who wanted it. Instead of doing what was in the best interest of the students of the district, you made your decision to ignore the need for a virtual academy based upon your own opinions and life experiences, but you didn't survey the district's families. As trustees, you're supposed to represent the needs of all the students in our district, not just the ones who want the same things you do. Unfortunately, as you know, your decision to ignore the need for a virtual academy led to over 1,000 families being left in educational limbo at the beginning of the school year. An independent study program created to comply with AB 130 had to be quickly thrown together at the last minute. That is really not going to be a strong educational situation. Since then, numerous families have left the district over this mess, and we still have students have yet to have a single minute of instruction this school year. The district supported by this board laid off teachers in spring based upon what many of us know was a budgetary myth. Around the same time, many subs were also released from our district. A little foresight and planning would have led the district to significantly different decisions. Most people realized last spring that teachers nationwide were beginning to leave the profession. Had the district prioritized teacher retention over the budget myth, no cuts to our staffing would have been made, and the current staffing crisis would have been reduced. While we're on the topic of teacher retention and properly prioritizing the district's needs, if you truly want to put students first, you'll need to ensure that the district bargains in good faith and with the understanding of how supply and demand works. You are not going to recruit new teachers nor retained experienced teachers with reductions to healthcare on the table. You are not going to recruit nor retain teachers when you ask teachers to agree to anything that will reduce their take-home pay. You are not going to retain and recruit teachers when you feed into or allow scapegoating of your current teaching staff. And please stop trying to play games with semantics. Trying to claim that you're not anti-teacher, just anti-SCTA is a waste of your time. And the fact that board members engage in an online group that often disrespects union members shows the public how you truly feel. No one is fooled. A reminder to all, teachers are the union. SCTA is a union of teachers. As for our COVID safety, I'm not sure how a district didn't plan ahead for a wave that would cause this level of illness. This isn't March 2020 anymore. There's no excuse to not have a plan. Why can't anyone tell us what the threshold is for closing the schools? While keeping schools open at any cost might be your goal, you need to make sure that the cost isn't the long-term health of your students and staff. Human health is far more important than sticking to any political objective. You need to have an idea of what line you're not willing to cross and what you'll do when we reach that line. And those plans need to be shared with employees ahead of time. Merely scrambling around isn't cutting it, and our students and loyal employees deserve better. As always, I would like to remind you that many of us are watching and waiting for the board to provide the oversight the district that you are elected to provide. The disconnect with the community that the board seems to have was highlighted by the fact that 5 out of 7 of you thought it was appropriate to give the superintendent a raise and improved fringe benefits in the middle of this chaos. Unless you think the superintendent is going to do the jobs of all the other employees in the district, this may turn out to be a foolish gamble that ultimately ruins our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Justine Hearn.
Go ahead, Ms. Hearn.
I will be using Michael Bedard's time as well tonight.
Okay, yeah, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. Our schools are struggling mightily, as you've heard, and teachers and staff are at their breaking point, as are parents. My school's amazing principal at AM Wynn is stepping in as a teacher, and teachers are skipping breaks to take turns covering classes. They're doing everything they can to keep things as normal as possible for the kids and avoid crowding them into the school's multi-purpose room. If you haven't already, I highly recommend that board members visit and observe school sites if you haven't. So how can we help those who are on the front lines at our schools? Right now, testing is not happening consistently at school sites. If materials for testing are in short supply, I hope the district has reached out to our county and state governments for assistance. But what I'm seeing is that the main challenge is that testing is not happening consistently. Even students who are registered for regular testing are being skipped. We need a uniform testing policy, and we need more bodies, more people, staff on site to conduct tests and help organize and move students through lines. Parents are volunteering at my school to help with this critical feature that thus far seems to have been overlooked. Parents are spending their day, if they're not at work, at schools, just trying to support teachers and other staff in this moment of true triage. Can the district temporarily reallocate staff to help with this critical piece of our safety protocol at schools? There are so many tools at the district's disposal to improve the safety of our students. You can read through several examples provided in the letter that was informed by a survey responded to by over 250 families in the district. And I'm sure there are many challenges as well, but what I and other parents and caregivers need to hear is, what are you going to do? What steps are you going to start taking starting tonight to address the crisis that is building at our schools and to be prepared for the next surge? Is it to establish a timeline for students age 5 to 11 to vaccinate or commit to testing, as we already have for older students? Is it providing and requiring the use of KN95 or equivalent masks for all students and teachers? Given everything you're hearing tonight that's happening across the district, students who stay home during a COVID surge can't have absences counted against them or considered truant. For many, this is a difficult decision and was made in consideration of serious health issues. COVID safety and preparedness, independent study options, and student mental health need to be consistently on the board's agenda. This surge that we're in right now will not be the last, and the impacts that students and teachers are suffering are not going to fade away without conscientious and dedicated assistance. Please show us that you care and that you're listening, and respect the parents who are struggling mightily right now, along with teachers and their own students, by keeping these items on the agenda and continuing to engage in a discussion where you're listening with respect from your hearts, from your minds, knowing that we're coming to you, begging for your attention on these issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Sorry, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kara Sinhorst.
Ms. Sinhorst, go ahead.
I'm combining time with Zachary Bryant.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
So instead of speaking for myself tonight, I took 2 surveys of the students and of the staff at Luther Burbank High. I had over 650 student replies, and I wanted to share some highlights with you. I asked the students how it felt being at school right now. They said it feels unsettling, lonely and empty, sad and scary, dangerous, not safe, exhausting, hazardous, nerve-wracking, lonely, dead, sad, quiet and boring, weird, chaotic, horrible, disturbing, risky, and like a ghost town. Many said they don't feel safe. One wrote, "It is kind of scary because all the COVID cases rising. I have my elderly grandpa at home. That is who I'm the most worried about. I don't know if I have been exposed or not." Another says, "It's scary seeing people you talk to suddenly disappear, then having to go get tested the next day and being all nervous waiting for your results, then having to go home to your family and risk exposing them." Others said, "I feel like the whole school is filled with coronavirus. I'd rather be healthy and uneducated than sick and educated and putting my family at risk. It's tiring and draining to be here every day, knowing that coming here is a huge risk to ourselves, family, and others. Do schools even care about COVID anymore? And They're putting our lives in danger. Several students expressed the idea this student did. I was one of the students that struggled with being online, but at this point, it might just be safer to go online. In my survey, about 5% of students felt they were safer at school than at home. 63% think we need to do something other than keep schools open right now. The teachers surveyed described school this week as lousy, overwhelming, stressful, frightening, like working in a hospital, eerie, dispiriting, frustrating, scary, overwhelming, pure chaos, and unsafe. Only 2.8% of teachers thought that students were safer at school right now. As you make difficult decisions, they ask you to keep these things in mind: the safety of students and their families, the lack of staffing, and the safety of school staff, and the social, emotional, and mental health of students and of staff. One writes, while I appreciate that a very vocal, very angry apparent minority of adults are demanding that schools be open, the actual attendance of students speaks to the truth of a quieter majority of parents who value their children's and families' safety right now. The Omicron surge, by all accounts, will be over soon. A 2-week pause for the safety and peace of mind of those who must be present in our schools will not contribute more significantly to learning loss than the half-attended, anxiety-ridden classroom environment is presently doing. Let's have board members attend classes at our schools so that they can feel what it's like in this perilous time. One of our SEIU members points out, if staff were teaching from Zoom again, at least for a small amount of time, we would have access to more students than just being in class. She would also ask that you please not cut their pay in this challenging time. I'll leave you with one last colleague's words. We are all treading water, students and teachers. The human brain can't learn or retain information when the amygdala is overactivated. If we don't put the mental health of our students first, we will fail at educating them, just like we failed last year and in the spring of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kevin Smith.
Good evening. I'm the parent of 2 elementary school students in the district. I am disappointed that the effect of Omicron on school safety is not an agenda item for this meeting. You were urged by parents and teachers prior to schools reopening to have a plan in place to deal with an inevitable surge in COVID cases. Yet you failed to make any plan, and the result has been a complete disaster. Once again, I implore the superintendent and the board to put in place a plan that will allow for a quick pivot to distance learning when the next surge occurs. I'm aware the district's response to this is that AB 130 does not allow distance learning. However, on Wednesday, Mary Nicely, Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction from the California Department of Education, stated in an interview that AB 130 would not prevent a switch to distance learning. I implore the district to take her advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Bushholz.
Good evening, board members. I'm Kim Buchholz. I have 2 children in the district, and what is happening in the schools reflect what is happening in the larger community in every sector. And I actually would like to thank the district for leading the region in COVID safety measures. I look to our neighbors in Placer and El Dorado, Folsom, Cordova, and Natomas, and SUSD is by far in advance of all of them. Our safety protocols, our near daily access to on-campus testing, multiple vaccination sites, that's all commendable, and it shows that you're prioritizing the safety of our kids, and it's very much appreciated. Of course, there are going to be obstacles along the road and surges, and I don't think many people expected the Omicron virus to impact us the way it has in our general society, but it has, and I appreciate the constant access to testing and masks and all of your efforts. And I wish our neighboring school districts took similar measures to keep their kids safe too. And going back to distance learning of last year is simply not a viable option for our families. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kristen Goree.
Hi, my name is Kristen Gorey. My two daughters are in fourth grade and kindergarten at Bancroft Elementary. I'd like to ditto the comments from Terrence. I can't believe school safety isn't an agenda item. It should be a standing item until the pandemic ends. I also want to ditto the comments provided in the letter to the board regarding increasing safety measures and making them more consistent across school sites, especially in regards to testing. The previous speaker mentioned that the district is doing more than other districts in our area, which is true, but they're not consistent from school site to school site, and that is completely unacceptable. Additionally, I would like to note the COVID dashboard currently shows 0 cases and 0 kids or staff in quarantine at Bancroft for January. But I know that both my daughter's classes have been at half capacity for over the last 2 weeks. Something is off here and it needs to be fixed immediately. What's the point of the dashboard if it's not correct? At this point, my husband and I will be weighing out our options and will likely pull our daughters from school for the next 2 weeks so we can get over this hump, especially because of the lack of transparency from the district.
That was 1 minute.
I'm so disappointed and defeated over how the district and the superintendent have handled the increase in cases over the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorey. Then next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, everybody. This is Mo Kashmiri. Like everybody's been saying, the schools are still in crisis. I think the superintendent is going to argue, well, the whole state and the whole nation's in crisis. And I would say we were in crisis before Omicron hit, which means we're in an even worse spot. I feel like we say the same things over and over again. The basic job of a school district is to be able to fill the positions with qualified folks. If we can't do that, the wheels are falling off the bus. We can't fill we don't have enough bus drivers, we don't have enough instructional aides, we don't have enough teachers, and yet the school district thinks that we can attract more people by cutting pay and cutting benefits. I still remember Lisa Morawski when I asked her to do the virtual learning program and we said we need to think ahead and be proactive, and she said, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And now we're seeing the results. I'm tired of the failed neoliberal ideology of austerity. It's not working. Our kids need more support, not less. They don't need more higher paid superintendents. His raise is not going to save the district.
That was 1 minute.
And we need support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Samantha Benton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms. Benton.
Hi, I've gotten an email every day since school restarted from break that my child has been exposed to someone with COVID. The school told me they're assuming every child is exposed at this point. That's 1,100 kids, 300 of them unvaccinated. They aren't doing any surveillance testing until the 24th of this month because of test shortages. My child is scared to go to school and I don't feel safe sending her. I've already pulled one of my kids out of the school district to attend private school because of their significantly better safety standards. My questions for you are, why aren't all kids being tested 1 to 2 times a week? Why aren't they all wearing KN95s? Why isn't online learning available for classrooms that don't have teachers instead of merging classes or putting them in the auditorium? And for the kids in quarantine, why aren't they getting online learning? Why don't we have more dedicated staff to track COVID accurately? The dashboard doesn't reflect the 1,500 cases that the district reported just last week, or they're not reporting any quarantines either. Lastly, why isn't COVID a dedicated item on the agenda? What could be more important than this scary, chaotic situation facing us all? Thank you.
Ms. Benton. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sarah Bailey.
Hello. So I am an instructional aide with the district, and I'm also a parent. And I came home from work. I had extra training, and I took some time out to craft something meaningful, a soundbite for that 1 minute, because that's all we have. But then I'm sitting here and I'm I'm really listening to the people that are calling in, and that feels more important than this thing I have in front of me. Teachers, I hear you. I appreciate you. You've worked all day, or you're at home because you're sick, because you've been working, and you are holding the space for our kids. I'm an instructional aide, so I work alongside you, and I so appreciate that you are showing up in this space. You're coming home from work, and you're doing this, and you don't always get heard. And Trustee Phillips, thank you for setting that example. Sometimes you have to scrap.
That was 1 minute.
Agenda. Yep. You have to scrap an agenda item or shift something around and really listen to people. Thank you to the parents that are calling in. It just feels like there's space for so much with the board in these meetings, but there's not space for the folks that really need to be heard. I hope you can find a way to make space for that, because that's what has to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chantra Muther.
Hi, you pronounced both of my names right. Good evening. My name is Chantra Muther. I'm the parent of a 7th grader in the district, and I'm also a faculty member at Sacramento City College. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the district's response to the current COVID wave. Nearly every day I receive a COVID exposure notification from my child's school. Given the contagiousness of Omicron, it seems that it's only a matter of time before he is infected, and everyone else's children as well. Therefore, I urge SCUSD to follow Los Rios' lead and move all classes to remote instruction immediately, with the only exception being cases where it is impossible to do so. Alternatively, I ask that our students be given the option to work remotely as a temporary measure with no negative consequences to them, and that they be allowed to return to their usual in-person instruction when it is safe to do so. If students must attend class in person, then I would like to see twice weekly testing for all students, regardless of vaccination status. The incubation period. Okay, the incubation period appears to be 72 hours, so twice weekly testing is imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muther.
Our next speaker is Taylor Kayada.
Thank you. Taylor Kayada here. I'm the parent of 2 young children and a candidate for school board. I support keeping our classrooms open for families who choose in-person learning. My son with an IEP desperately needs it. However, this won't work if we keep acting like we're still dealing with Delta. You've heard the impacts in these public comments tonight. We need to be much faster in responding to the changed realities we're now in. My son was exposed in school last week, and his classroom was exposed again on Monday when we had him, a 7-year-old who may have had COVID, down at Cerna for 5 hours waiting for a test. All of this is not working. We need to test everyone, vaccinated or not. If there's an exposure, we need stopgap quarantines. Send the whole class into virtual education for a week, including their teacher, to make sure the virus doesn't jump back around like it did in my son's class. We need to be a lot more proactive and agile. On a final note, thank you to our exhausted school site employees. Us parents appreciate you and what you're doing. The school board and the Superintendent Aguilar, please listen to me when I say these folks deserve combat pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Julie Del Agua.
Good evening, Ms. Del Agua.
Hello, good evening. I didn't really have anything prepared just because of life and work. But I did want to make a couple points I think it's really important that the dashboard be updated and be transparent with the numbers, because how can you make decisions if you don't have accurate data? If you're thinking that we don't have exposures at schools when really we do, you're not going to have the information you need to make the best decision and pivot when it is best needed. I am running around about a third of my class to almost half of my classes every day with students out. I am exposed every single day. I had 2 more kids out today that tested positive yesterday. I have received 1 letter notifying me that I have been a close contact in my class. although I now expect it every single day. And I just I don't know what the solution is. I know that we have, I believe that most of the impact is in high school. They are the older students. So my thought would be, let's put high school maybe in virtual learning for 2 weeks, take all those resources of subs that we have and move them into elementary so that we don't have
1 minute
combining. We don't have students splitting into other things. Can we make some adjustments to make it better for the kids? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delagua.
Our next speaker, yes, is Teresa Hannemann.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Jerry Snow donated his time to me.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Last week, I reached out to all of you about the dire situation in our district and at Parkway in particular. Trustee Phillips is the only one who had the courtesy to respond. So thank you, Trustee Phillips. My trustee must have been too busy self-promoting and putting together Spotify playlists to bother responding to my concerns. Trustee Phillips, you have been the only board member who seems to be taking the concerns of staff and parents seriously. Like most sites, both of our administrators are teaching daily due to the sub shortage. We are having to split up classes almost daily, so mixing cohorts, and folks like our speech teacher, RSP teacher, PE coach, as well as staff from CERNA have stepped up to cover classes. We no longer have a plant manager or a custodian for preschool. Our evening custodian was out part of last week, which meant due to custodial shortages, our classrooms were not being cleaned properly, including ones like mine that had positive COVID cases last week. Our HVAC and HEPA filters need to be changed, but so far that hasn't happened during the surge. We know the vacancies are not just with teachers. It's administrators, office staff, bus drivers, custodians, yard duty, support staff. It's across all areas in this district. For each of the vacancies, students and staff become less safe. Staff across the district are near their breaking point due to stress and being overworked. As you know, our zip code has consistently been the hardest hit with COVID throughout this pandemic. I have only had between 5 and 8 students attend daily in the last 2 weeks. That means the rest of my students are not learning, but it's attendance at all costs for you. Speaking of COVID cases, I want you to explain to the public why you are lying about the positive cases and quarantines on the dashboard. Just last week, Parkway had 20 positive cases on site. 3 of them were from my room. As of tonight, you only posted 1 case since returning. Those of us on site know how bad it really is. Staff and students are stressed out and scared they will bring COVID home to their families. Our schools are imploding, and our superintendent is sitting safely in his office collecting his unearned pay.
Thank you, Ms. Hannemann. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker is Zayanya Perez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. My name is Ziania Perez. I have 2 kids going to Tahoe Elementary. I agree, and I feel for all the speakers before me, including the first one, Mr. Gladney's. In terms of the COVID testing, I am all for it, but is the Sacramento City Unified School District board members aware that the Primary Diagnostics, the company that was contracted, that is under Primary Health, is sharing and selling minor kids' information and parents' personal information that are not associated with the school district? When I asked this question, and I finally got an answer after a month, and I had to go to the principal, and he pushed a little something through. So this is in violation of the HIPAA law, and this is minor kids' information and parent information. Now, I've always also told, that if parents do not get full consent to primary diagnostics by January 31st, that those kids and parents will be retaliated against by not allowing them to come to school. Is that correct? Does the school district have an alternate way to report these COVID results that does not involve consenting to everything that I mentioned above? This includes IP addresses and tracking before and after you go into the primary diagnostics website. So I reached out to my board member, Leticia Garcia, and I never received a response back from her. Today, I got reached out by the legal services, and they're looking into it. Apparently,
that was 1 minute.
Staff and the district does not know that you guys hired this. Please get this corrected so that we can keep everybody safe. COVID and digital online. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Oh, excuse me. No, Rich Perez is now, or Rich Vasquez is now online.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Again, Rich Vasquez. I have a junior at Hiram Johnson. Again, it's a tough situation. I know, I don't know what the answer is, but I just don't feel, just do everything we can to keep the schools open again. It's been a tough time when we think about it. Me and my children, I had a senior last year. She's like, man, I didn't even live high school. 2 years, we didn't even I wasn't on campus for 2 years. And now coming into this, I always been active at my school sites. I always tell my kids to be involved. And my daughter at Hiram Johnson really blew me away. I think she finally understood, yeah, we do need to be at school. She got into ASB. She gets up at 6 in the morning and don't come home till 7 at night. I'm like, I told her, hey, maybe you need to take a break or something. She said, no. What are we gonna do when this she realized what happened before, and so it really blew me away that she really got involved and really start taking it, understanding that the school side is where we do have some enjoyment again, right? During the online learning, I'm going up doing my job, going to work, and they're just laying down for half the year, 6-7 months. Even my older daughter said, man, I need to get up, I need to get out here. What was I doing all this time? So again, we don't realize what's going on, but I just don't think closing our schools is the right thing to do for the children again. So if we close it again, my kid is using 4 years of her high school experience. We only have one chance. And again, I understand the safety concerns, but let's try to do what we can to make sure that the kids are in there safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Is that the last comment, Ms. Reddy?
We have one last comment from Lisa Tordos.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I really don't think that I have anything new to add other than to, like others have said, we get this 1 minute, and I took the time to write out my thoughts, and I appreciate that so many other people were able to eloquently share them. So there's no need for me to do that, but I do feel the need to just share that as you all sit at home, our kids aren't being given that option, and you are. And I get that there's a law about it, or I don't know, I'm probably saying that wrong, but there's a reason why you're at home. I understand that, but that should be an option for our students. I don't think every child needs to be made to go to school. I understand that there are family situations and student situations that require them to be at school, but we should have the option. I am very sad that my senior in high school has this situation in his memory bank because he wants to be there. He wants to be with his teachers. He loves his teachers. He wants to be at school. But I can't let him go to school when it's so unsafe. So please give us the option to make the right decision for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments, Ms. Moretti?
No other public comment.
Okay. I'd just like to remind our community that we are home and not in the board office due to a county order. And I also just want to thank everyone for calling in. We had over 40 comments. We allot 15 minutes on this agenda. It's very important for us board members to hear from our communities. We wanted to make sure that we hear from each of you, and I apologize for having to break it down to 1 minute. But our email addresses are on the website. We, believe it or not, we do read your emails. Member Phillips is not the only one that reads your emails. We may not be able to respond to every single one of you, but we do hear you. With that, I will move on to item 8.0, special presentations. 8.1, an update on the mandatory COVID-19 vaccine for eligible non-exempt students and staff. Mr. Lyons and Ms. Flores.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent, and members of the board. I'm Victoria Flores, serve as your Director of Student Support and Health Services. And here with me tonight is our Chief Information Officer, Bob Lyons, and our Community Engagement Manager, Nikki Kangas. Next slide, please. So as we usually do in these presentations, we always want to bring you the COVID updates from, around the world or our country or what's happening here locally. We heard tonight a lot of public comment about the Omicron variant and how it is spreading so widely in Sacramento County. We will dive further into some of that data later. On some good news, we saw that the Pfizer booster dose recommendation is changed to 5 months past that second dose. So we saw a whole, window of people who opened up eligibility to get that booster at this critical time when our public health officials are telling us booster is really recommended if you are eligible. Another really bright spot is 12 to 15-year-olds were approved for Pfizer booster dose. I know many of us know or love children who are in this age range and maybe were eligible for this booster. Last Friday during our vaccine clinic, we had students in this range, and the look on parents and guardians' faces was just really sweet. We also know that children who are 5 to 11 who are immunocompromised are also eligible for boosters. So we know some of them have just gotten vaccinated, back in November, but that's some good news for those families as well. Our California Department of Public Health did extend that masking mandate here in California, at least until February. And so we know we've been practicing masking in public schools for quite a long time now. We also did see, and tonight, this is why you are all on Zoom, that our public health did issue a public health order. So this is something, that you are not supposed to be breaking, for all virtual public meetings to be held in the virtual space. Last week, our public health department had also issued some interim updates to their symptom and quarantine decision forest. And I will share tonight that they already revised it and sent some revised forests out to us this afternoon, because our California Department of Public Health also issued revised K-12 guidance late last night. And I'll share a little bit more detail about that as well. Next slide, please. So here locally, we've been sending out some communications to, our site leaders and staff and families about some revisions we've had to make, particularly in light of this Omicron wave that we are experiencing. So it was with pretty heavy hearts that we put a temporary pause on things that we were really excited to be able to do again, like field trips, extracurricular activities where large groups of people might come together and congregate in unstructured ways. So we gave some examples like dances or rallies or food fairs or other non-essential tournaments. And so we really wanted to be careful, though, that the following structured activities will continue. And these are things like activities with fixed cohorts of students, such as athletics. We got to celebrate our Rosemont football team tonight. We've got some amazing band and orchestras, out at our sites, and any other clubs or activities where structured groups, fixed groups of students come together. Drama, and I'm sure I could go on and on, art, all sorts of those other activities. And we know how important those activities are for our students' mental health and well-being. I was reading all the public comment tonight and listening. And so we really just wanted to be able to have those opportunities for our students still. And I would like to say and commend all of the adults who have been leading those activities. They've been so attentive to health and safety, so helpful when we've had positive cases, and just our hearts and gratitude go out to them as they create these opportunities for our young people. We also did want to note that any competition that's part of an essential function of an activity, we know some of our sports teams have made finals or playoffs, those kinds of things would still be allowable. And if anyone has questions, if something's okay or not, we definitely welcome our sites and those leaders to reach out to us. We also are pivoting. This upcoming Monday is a Martin Luther Jr. King holiday. And in honor of his ethic around service to community, we will be serving our community here at the Cerna Center, opening up our COVID testing center pretty much all day from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for all of our SUSD staff, our students, and their household members. This is really a community service and a benefit that we are providing. We know that COVID testing has been pretty limited in our area, and we are doing everything we can to make that readily available. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, California Department of Public Health did issue some revised guidance late last night. And the foundation principle is really to, make sure that students have access to safe and full in-person instruction, if that's the choice that a parent made, as much as possible. And so this really aligns with pivots that we made early last week, and we communicated to our community about some revised contact tracing procedures. So when we were coming back from winter break, we did those at-home testing kits. We saw the number of positive cases that were reported, over 500 that fortunately never came to campus and never caused an exposure. And that next day, we had experienced record number of lines for COVID testing. And we knew we needed to make some very quick pivots in contact tracing so that we could manage this next wave. And so our temporary changes were really around trying to be as efficient as possible, responsive, and our ability to document as quickly as possible. So we are sending exposure notices to the entire classroom or activity or cohort, notifying parents and staff of their options for quarantine. And then we also wanted to pivot to weekly surveillance testing, would be our baseline testing for modified quarantine, as well as that testing in the care room that would continue for symptomatic individuals or when we learn of that initial exposure. And so we saw late last night, and I was already sleeping when it came through. So early this morning, saw that the California Department of Public Health actually pivoted and made almost parallel, pivots in their guidance to us as well. So we were very heartened to see how we had pivoted, really aligned with what they were thinking as well. And these are our leaders of public health. So of course, they're also advising that quicker response time, the ability to respond and notify. They did issue guidance around group contact tracing, so notifications can occur to that whole group, and they give some examples: classroom, teammates, cohorts, rather than doing that individual time-intensive contact tracing. And then of course, exposed students, should get tested at least one diagnostic test in that 3 to 5 day window. That exactly aligns with what we are offering and providing on our school sites. So next slide, please. So as we look at those pivots for contact tracing, this is why we are making those pivots. So when we look at the COVID cases in our county, we see right now we are sitting at 189.5 new cases per 100,000 residents. And last week, the positivity rate, so for everyone who tested last week, that positivity rate was 42.6%. And as you can see on this picture and this map, many of our zip codes in our district are, heavily impacted areas. However, you'll see some areas outside of our district are even more impacted than us. And we look at this and we do wonder, we've been doing COVID testing for quite some time, and we hope maybe, and vaccination, that maybe we're having a little bit of impact there in our attendance boundary. Next slide, please. So as we look at our COVID testing, and I know I heard a lot of, public comment tonight with concerns about, the testing and the cadence and how often it is happening. We do still have, school site care rooms. Our health aides are staffed there during school hours to provide that on-site testing. We are ramping up our surveillance testing at nearly every school site, adding the remaining school sites next week. And then we do have our regional testing sites here at the Cerna Center and Albert Albert Einstein Middle School. Next week, we are working on expanding hours and shifting hours at both of those testing centers. And so we will get those updated and out to our community. We were very hopeful to open more regional testing locations. However, I will say, as we, are hearing or maybe even experiencing, our families and parents listening tonight, the Omicron impact on staffing, we are feeling it here in health services as well. It's impacted our health aides, our COVID testers, and our contact tracers. And so as folks come back online, or we are onboarding more people, we are hoping to get back to full capacity. So just last week, when we returned from break on January 3rd through January 12th, we've smashed our COVID testing records to smithereens. We've provided 56,941 COVID tests. Probably today we're already over 60,000. We did have 3,105 positive results, and this results in a 6% positivity rate. I do just want to caution, we shouldn't celebrate that positivity rate too early. We know we're going to likely, as we do a lot more testing, we're going to identify more positives. This wave is still moving through us, but we are heartened to see that number because of the number of tests we're doing. We are doing such massive widespread testing that's why you're seeing that positivity rate a little, actually a lot lower than where our county is sitting right now. Next slide, please. And then, taking a look at our dashboard, and I know we heard a lot, about the dashboard tonight being updated. I do just want to remind our community, consistently, we have updated our dashboard Tuesday morning and Friday morning. So it's a twice a week update to the dashboard. And that purple box, again, represents the total number of cases since we've opened schools. And that turquoise box there, the active cases, represents those students or staff who are actively home on isolation. I will say that active quarantine box right now, we've really focused on documenting positive cases. And so, I hear people asking about that, and we will be communicating out about some pivots we're looking to make on our dashboard. But we are really, really focused on getting our data in as quickly and efficiently as we can so we can maintain that transparency for our community. So I invite them, take a look at the dashboard in the morning. These numbers will likely go up quite a bit. When we look at all of our positive cases in the district, and the other thing I forgot I wanted to say, our dashboard represents the total positive cases where the individual was physically present. So they came to work or they came to school and they exposed other individuals. So I do want to focus on that. And we did that intentionally so that, our families could understand what's the risk level, right, to them. And when we look at all of our positive cases, we've shown you this data before, how it breaks down between TK through 5, sort of that 5 to 11, your range, 6 to 12th grade, and then our staff. And really what's interesting here is we had seen those case rates climbing for our youngest children. And now what we're kind of seeing is because of widespread Omicron, I think it's just sort of equal opportunity. So our TK to 5th grade cases have come down a little bit because our 6th to 12th grade and staff cases have risen up. And this is really a reflection of what's happening in our whole entire community. I do just want to say, as we test more, as we continue to smash those testing records, I think we might exceed that record last week into this week. We will find more cases. And I just want to say, again, this is a good thing. This is how we can stop and track and trace any further spread. And so I know it's painful to hear, and it's scary, and it's anxiety provoking. I am a parent who has received a number of those exposure notices. I have 2 kids in this district. And so my heart just goes out, all of our hearts go out to everyone who's been impacted by COVID. Next slide, please. So as we pivot to looking at vaccination rates in the county, I've also shown you this data before, and we looked side by side at what's our nationwide kind of trend looking. So you can see Sacramento County is still a bit below the nationwide trend for children 12 to 17. We're still sitting at that 60% rate, and Chief Lyons is going to show you, how we're faring here in our district with documentation of those records. But here's a heartening note is when you look at our 5 to 11-year-old range, 28% of our 5 to 11-year-olds are at least partially vaccinated. They've gotten at least one dose, and the national average there is 25%. So we're going to do everything we can to keep inching those numbers up here in our county. Next slide, please. And so this is a screenshot of looking at our vaccination efforts. We've held 66 clinics to date. We've provided 26,676 vaccines. We are now a vaccine provider here in the district. Our immunization clinic has COVID vaccine right next door. And we held our first own vaccine clinic last Friday from 4 to 7, where we provided vaccines to our whole community. And tonight, actually, right next door in room 4 at the Enrollment Center, our regular immunization clinic is running, and we're providing all those school required immunizations as well as COVID. So actually last Thursday, we gave our first 11 COVID shots to those students. Many are new arrivals to our country. And so it's just really awesome to be able to provide that service to them. You'll see a whole list here of the vaccine clinics that are being hosted in our community and that we're actively promoting. Liberty Towers at Oak Park Community Center, Oak Ridge Elementary coming up, Earl Warren, City Church of Sacramento, and then here every Friday night from 4 to 7 throughout at least the next several months, we will be doing our Cerna Center vaccine clinics here as well. Next slide, please. And so that does kind of take us.
Ms. Flores, if I can have you go back a little bit, I do want to just make sure that our board and our community understand the significance of Sac City Unified now being a vaccine provider, and what that means in our continued effort to address some of the challenges related to COVID.
Sure. Yeah. So we are our own provider. So vaccine is actually getting shipped directly to us. So we don't have to kind of go through any sort of brokerage or, middle person or find a partner. You'll remember early in these efforts, we partnered with Dignity Health and UC Davis and Sac County Public Health. Dr. Carter served with us, all wonderful people. But as they sort of need to get back to their normal routines and lives, those partnership abilities were starting to get a little bit more difficult. We've always been a vaccine provider in our district. We've been running our vaccine clinic for some time. And so when we realized we could become a COVID vaccine provider, we worked in partnership with Sac County Public Health. They've really helped us stand that up. And so what that means is when you see that clinic posted on My Turn, that's our lead school nurse, Susan Civils. If you ever get to see her, give her an elbow bump, maybe not a hug yet, and tell her thank you. She's putting those clinics out there, figuring out all those logistics, the flow of traffic. And this really means that we can be sustainable for quite some time in providing COVID vaccine. Is that what you were kind of wanting, Superintendent? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me to have that moment. And so as we look at our vaccine and testing mandate summary, we just want to remind again, for students 12 and over, they've got some options here to be fully vaccinated. And we know we've got a number of students who are still in that course. They've got their first dose and getting their second. Or they can file that exemption for, personal belief, medical, religious belief, and register for COVID testing. And our focus here is really on all of our non-compliant students, our students who just haven't turned in those vaccine records, getting them registered for COVID testing. And I'm going to share some data later in this presentation that will show you that. For our students 5 to 11, remember we didn't set a timeline. So what we said is register for COVID testing, all the students, or if they are fully vaccinated, submit those records to us. Families really have that choice. Remember when we were looking at this, the vaccine hadn't even been authorized yet. And then in the midst of all of this, it was authorized. They're not required to submit an exemption at this time. And again, our focus is really on getting students registered for testing. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Chief Lyons. Next slide, please.
Good evening. I'm Bob Lyons, Chief Information Officer for the district. This slide is a screenshot of our student COVID vaccine dashboard that's published on the district website. This dashboard is updated daily around 10 o'clock in the morning. These data has been verified by our health services team for ages 12 and up as of this morning. Now you'll see that it defaults when you first open this up, it defaults to the age 12 and up age group. Approximately 50% of our students, 12 and older, have reported full or partial vaccinations. 3% have filed for an exemption, and about 47% have not yet submitted information. So this dashboard does not reflect about almost 1,700 student submissions ages 5 and older that have not yet been processed by our health services team. And as Victoria mentioned, they are taxed with shortages of staff and just with their vaccine clinics and testing. So they're working weekends and nights to get that backlog resolved. That 1,700 student submissions that are being in process represents about 7% of the unreported total. So we're requesting parents to please submit their student forms and records, whether vaccinated or filing for an exemption. Since the last board meeting, the vaccination rates for the 12 and older age group have increased about 4%, and the exemptions have increased a little over 1%. Our vaccination rates for 5 to 11 and 12 and older are similar to the county vaccination rates that we've seen. Approximately 70% of our students are being asked to test, with about 61% of those students have already consented. As a reminder, the vaccination dashboard, as I mentioned, defaults to 12 and older. So in order to view all ages, what you'd have to do is to press the eraser button in the age group filter box. When that eraser's clicked, it shows ages 5 and older. So it's currently the dashboard, like I mentioned, is updated daily. This dashboard's a quick indicator of vaccination rates across the district and informs us where additional efforts are needed. Next slide, please. This is a slide of a screenshot of an enrollment reason by status with 20,582 respondents as of noon today. This table indicates any planned student movement as a result of the vaccine request. Looking at Rosemont 2, it's about 99% of all in-person and independent study students will not change their enrollment. They're just going to stay where they're at. Rose 3 indicates that 97 students would move from independent study to in-person enrollment, and approximately the same number, 94 students, would move from in-person to independent study. So it's basically a wash. Rows 5 and 6, these numbers have not changed since our last report 4 weeks ago. So about 34 students would disenroll from the district. That number, like I said, has not changed in 4 weeks. So just a reminder, though, this is a point-in-time survey and does not commit parents to their submissions. Next slide, please. This slide is our staff vaccination dashboard and indicates vaccinated and unvaccinated staff and those filing for an exemption as of Tuesday morning. At this point, about 80% of staff have reported partially or fully vaccinated, and about 6% of staff have filed for an exemption. Approximately 14% have not yet submitted vaccination information. This dashboard does not reflect about 115 submissions that have not yet been processed by our health services team, which represents about 17% of the unvaccinated number. This week, the health services team has been receiving about 40 staff submissions a day, and are working hard to verify all their submissions. So that's and this staff vaccination dashboard is updated twice a week, just because of the time to process all of the data. Next slide, please. Back to Victoria Flores. Oh, no. Sorry about that.
I'll take this one, Bob. Nikki Kangas. Good evening, everyone. Going to provide an update on communications. So with our elected officials, we believe that they can help support awareness of our vaccination and testing requirements. So we're partnering with them on some PSA videos. We're United Against COVID in Sacramento. And we're doing these in multiple languages just to help get the message out there. We're also partnering with some community-based organizations. Next slide, please. So we have some student groups getting involved as well and helping with the communications around vaccination and testing. And they're creating some PSA content for their peers, encouraging them to get vaccinated or test for COVID-19. And next slide. So we've provided a toolkit to our school site leaders to help support the vaccination and testing requirement. But the reality right now, as we all know, is that they're just heavily engaged in contact tracing, testing students, and handling staffing shortage crisis. So, you know, in reality, I think really that's kind of where the shift in communications has happened, both from our school sites as well as centrally, to really deal with this crisis and navigate it together. We've had to shift the focus and messaging to keeping our schools open, encouraging testing registration, raising awareness of where students can get tested or vaccinated, and again, addressing staffing shortages. And next slide. So before winter break, we received not enough for every student, but we got 38,000 test kits from CDPH. We were one of the only districts statewide that took on this distributional challenge on a very quick turnaround. But the goal was to help minimize how many kids came back from winter break with positive cases. So the testing effort did prevent over 500 positive cases from going to school. And the news coverage overall had a lot of positive sentiment that this was really something to celebrate about Sacramento City Unified School District and how they handled this particular effort. And then the next slide. So as you can see, we really shifted our communications focus around the time of winter break to making sure that people knew how to use the tests, knew how to report their results, and knew what the goal of this effort was. And then next slide. So as you can see, that's a long line at the Cerna Center. We've been seeing that daily ever since we came back from winter break. So as you can see, Omicron is driving more people to get vaccinated, boosted, or tested. And despite our best efforts, January 31st, the deadline for our vaccination requirement is coming up quickly. We only have 53% of our students reported, age 12 and over, and only 86% of our staff. And with Omicron spreading rapidly after winter break, as we mentioned, our health services team has been heavily impacted with staffing crisis as well. And so on top of shifting to doing all this additional testing, they're also understaffed. And we're just really looking at that January 31st deadline to figure out how we can get there while still navigating this current crisis. Next slide. Victoria.
Thank you so much, Nikki. So, at next steps, we are going to continue to balance our response to this Omicron surge while continuing to, our targeted efforts to increase vaccination rates, and testing. This is really, you heard Nikki speak to the realities of how we've had to shift our communication. And those lines are no joke. They wrapped all the way down, 47th, which was really a response to us opening up on Monday and doing everything we can, extending those hours. We will be coming back, I believe, at a special board meeting to report back to the board on these efforts as well as the scheduled January 27th mediation with SETA on that independent study MOU. So we will, I believe, coming back on this topic as well. Of course, we're going to continue to consult with Sac County Public Health on the fluidity of public health guidelines. We showed you just today, we had a tree, and because of a late night, CDPH revision, we've got a new decision, or not a tree, decision forest today. We will monitor vaccination mandated lawsuits. We've been carefully, monitoring how those are going in other districts. And then, of course, we are, as Nikki described, continuing to focus on increasing COVID testing registration rates for students, with a particular emphasis on those preschool age plus, preschool and beyond, particularly those who are not yet fully vaccinated and required to test. So next slide, I'm going to show you a little data here. I talked about this earlier. Next slide, please. So when we look at students not yet fully vaccinated, meaning they have not submitted their 2 doses, and they're required to test. This is the registration data. So for all those students, kind of preschool age, right? I know oftentimes we talk about K-12. We are a preschool, beyond 12 district. So when we look at that data, we have 27,697 students that fall into that category. These are the students that are required to test because they're not yet fully vaccinated. And when we disaggregate that 27,000 number, 70% of our students in that population are already consented for testing. And I can attest to you today that number's already moved and going up, because we are seeing record numbers of families signing up for COVID testing. That 30% that are not yet registered for testing, that's the pivot that Nikki spoke about, where our school sites are reaching out. Our district office is doing everything we can to communicate to families in their home language, mailing things home, sending out messages. And as many parents spoke of tonight, myself included, when those exposure notices go out, you get that link for registration. And we are definitely seeing a response to families, signing up for those services. So we will continue to report out this data, but we were pretty heartened to see how many folks are already registered. Next slide, please. And so as we come to, looking at a recommendation for our board to consider or discuss tonight, we are, thinking about pausing our enforcement of our vaccination mandate for our students that was slated to take effect, February 1. We've talked about that January 31 deadline. We're saying, taking a pause till at least the end of February 28th. We do not yet know how this, Omicron wave is going to continue to impact, or when it might start to come down. And this pause will really allow staff to focus and pivot on what we think is really crucial right now. Continuing the rigorous testing protocols. We heard parents making that call tonight, so that we can keep our schools open for everyone who's chose in-person learning, and then continuing our focus on vaccination rates, with, again, that explicit emphasis on COVID testing registration among all students, regardless of vaccination status. Even if you are fully vaccinated, exposed to COVID, there are recommendations around getting tested. Particularly, many of us have had COVID impact our households, right? And so we see that kind of guidance coming forward. So with that, we will wrap up our board presentation and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment.
Yes, we have 7 people who've requested to speak, and our first speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Hi, I just, before I start, this is not written down, so hopefully I don't meander too much, but I just want to make sure that the board is aware of a few things. First of all, I do thank you for your vaccination requirements that you've come up with. As a fully vaccinated and boosted teacher, I appreciate that the fact that the district sees this as an important topic. However, I'm concerned with how vaccinated teachers now, with our new forest of decisions, are actually kind of on the losing end here. In our contract, we're on an old contract because the district has not agreed with us on a new one. On our old contract, we had quarantine time. And with the new decision tree, if you're vaccinated, you don't quarantine when the rest of your class is sick, which, I understand we're low in numbers. That makes sense. We also don't have COVID pay, though. So when a teacher who's vaccinated gets sick, they're automatically going to be taking out of their sick leave. And if they run out of sick leave, they're going to be losing money as well. However, if you are unvaccinated, you get quarantined automatically with your class. Now, you may get sick during that time. You may test positive on your home test, but the district doesn't ever have to know. And so those people can still use that quarantine time. And I think the board needs to recognize this and start to push for COVID leave for their employees. We're being exposed daily. We should be having quarantine leave. And I don't think that you should wait for the governor to pass that, because we're going to be waiting a long time. You know how legislation moves. This is your district. These are employees that you're trying to keep around. And I think you really need to start putting some money into how we're going to keep our employees in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lisa Tordos.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Did I just hear that the mandated testing is going to be pushed out?
Yes. No, not mandated testing, ma'am. Victoria, do you want to?
Can someone, I guess I'm just super confused, not at all why I signed up to speak at this point, but I would love clarification on that. I'm super confused about what I just heard.
For Nicole or Victoria, do you want to reiterate real quick?
Yeah, so I'm not totally sure what the question is, but we are doing testing every week, surveillance testing. So I'm not sure what the question was.
I think she's confused on like if the testing is being yeah,
because of the recommendation.
Recommendation.
Right. Sorry.
Right.
No, what we're saying is the pause on the requirement for families to be compliant with that testing or vaccination mandate. We are still going to be doing COVID testing and reaching out and asking families to submit those records, but we're kind of pausing on our implementation of that deadline. Is that correct, Superintendent? Would you correct interpretation? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and what I'd like to do is, at least during the public comment, if we can go back to and leave the recommendation slide for our public to see that before we come back in gallery view, please. Thanks, Mr. Flores.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering my question. I would love to hear this explored more with some more information, because it doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Ms. Cordes. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mohammed Kashmiri.
Hi, this is Mo Kashmiri. I just want to say, tell a little bit about my own story. A couple of things. Number one, this thing is no joke. One of our staff members died this weekend of COVID. I'm not going to say the site or the name because the family didn't want that to be how they are remembered. And I want to say this is different, right? I'm vaccinated, boosted. My son is vaccinated. I wear N95s all the time. And I made the decision to take my son to the Kings game to play against the Mavericks. And, I thought we'd be okay. And my son, even though he's vaccinated, he got COVID. And it was a pain in the butt for the next, to be quarantined in the house. I will say that the boosters work and the N95s work because thanks to God, my wife and I did not get COVID. So again, I just want to remind folks, please, I think this board needs to listen to what the parents and the staff are asking, mandate a regular testing for everybody, mandate N95s, and require COVID testing, and require COVID leaves as well. Right now, the staff, they don't have enough sick time. They're going to feel pressured to come to work when they're feeling symptoms. That is not what we need. We can't have people choosing whether they can afford to stay home when they're sick. This is not that time. We've asked the superintendent directly to extend the COVID sick leave. So far, the answer is no. We'll just wait on what the state's doing. I'd like to see this district be proactive rather than reactive. That seems to be the lesson every single time. We know this issue isn't going away. Our employees need COVID sick leave. And I also do want to say that there are some even our members are hesitant to get vaccines, and I get it. I don't trust, I do think the vaccines are some risk. I don't trust the pharmaceutical companies necessarily. But I do want to, and it doesn't mean that we won't get COVID, but I do think that what the majority of the science says is that you're less likely to get sick and you're less likely to be severely hospitalized. We're in a crisis right now. We need everybody. I was talking today to one of our members that didn't want to get a vaccination and now has COVID, and it's scary. I don't want to have to talk to more families of people that have passed away. This is happening in this district right now. And it isn't even the first. This is our second staff member that we know of that's passed away of COVID. And we know there's more that haven't necessarily come forward or that we've heard of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Taylor Kayata.
Hi, Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you. I wish I could speak eloquently on this, but I don't know if I can because my jaw is still on the ground with this recommendation screen that we still have up. This is exactly the wrong way to handle this. This slide, I think we all kind of thought this was going to be coming for the past 6 months when Delta was going strong, but to go forward with this at a time when half of the kids are out of many classes, when you have lines, Ms. Flores spoke about it being wrapped down to 57th. It was around 57th and around the parking lot. It was a 5-hour wait to get my 7-year-old tested. This disease is hitting everyone right now. It's hitting the vaccinated, it's hitting the unvaccinated, and we're not even fully testing everyone. This is not the time to slow down. This is the time to make sure that we keep our kids safe and we can keep our schools open for those who want to attend. Superintendent Aguilar and a couple of people here tonight are talking about how this will make sure our kids can keep coming. That really is not how it's going to play out. If everyone gets COVID and everyone gets sent home, that's not keeping the schools open. That's not keeping the kids in class. I spoke to you in your December meeting as we were learning about the newest variant, but we hadn't really seen it play out, lauding you for having such a good policy, for being really proactive in one of the best school districts in the state on this matter. If you do this, it's really disappointing and is going to lead to our schools being shut down. I just know it. And that's the last thing we want, let alone the fact that this virus is going to be ripping through our communities. On a final note, I just have a question. Is this recommendation something that is being adopted tonight? Because I don't see it that way. Or is there a special meeting? Really curious about what we can do as a community to really show you that this is the wrong way to go.
Taylor, this is an informational item tonight. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker online is Shonda Wesley.
Do we have Shonda?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Yep.
I'm just really surprised that this was this wasn't noticed more prominently. The idea that we would roll back the vaccine mandate and jeopardize the student and staff's lives is reprehensible. We should be extending enforcement to 5 to 11. We don't know which variant is around the corner next. The idea that the board would let off the gas when it takes time for the vaccine series to kick in is unbelievable. I truly hope that this is a recommendation that will not go forward. I understand now it's informational based on what the board president just said, but I'm looking forward to the next board meeting where we can hear more about this if the board decides to go this way, because it's taking us backwards. It is a 180 from what we need to be doing in schools, in addition to everything that we sent the board, the 10 points that we think need to be used in our school district. This is just the exact opposite of how to keep our kids safe and the staff safe. So I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last comment, Ms. Reddy.
We have 2 additional speakers. The first is Terrence Gladney.
Hi, Terrence.
Hello again. I'm just questioning, we heard earlier in the public comments session that the data around actual infections, quarantines is not current. So while I understand the effort to make sure that the vaccination statuses are current, or is current, Again, with a variant that is indiscriminate of vaccination status, the number of infections that we have, again, I personally received a notice. Thank God my daughter wasn't exposed, but I'm just, in my mind, I'm trying to fathom. We have had students at JFK in an auditorium from the day we returned from winter break. And I just got the notice today. Again, for me personally, my daughter was not there, but there are hundreds of students that have been exposed and have gotten a tardy, we talk all the time about truancy and absences, but yet how tardy are we with this information to where people cannot even act in the best interests of our children? We talk about eliminating anything except cohort activities at high schools, but we have non-cohorted activities, including passing periods, and again, mass congregation of students in auditoriums, because we have staffing shortages. So on paper, it looks great that we're doing something about that and we're keeping sports open. But we're still having intersection of students everywhere else on campus, including lunches. So stop, this really mirrors the process of writing a resolution. It doesn't hold weight when at the ground it's not implemented with good intent. And then I just question, if it's unsafe based on a county recommendation for 7 to 10 adults to be in a room, potentially socially distanced, what sense does it make for us to have hundreds of kids on? How like what's it, we talk
but I don't
about
know how to turn it back on. Like
we talk about science, but my understanding of mathematics is as we increase populations of people in a space, that increase risk and lowers the safety. So it's not safe for 7 to 10 adults. Well, I got interrupted by someone else who didn't know how to control the microphone.
Please finish that time.
7 to 10 adults, all vaccinated, can't sit in a room, but 30, 40, or possibly 400 to 500 kids can sit in a room with mixed vaccination status. We talk about science, but simple math tells me that that's not, that's not a good equation. So regardless of what the county says, you guys are the leadership for our local district. So how can you possibly, in good faith, say that kids are first, but it seems like you guys are first because, again, you're in the safety of your own home because it's, quote unquote, a mandate.
Thank you, Terrence.
Mm-hmm.
Next speaker.
The next of 3 speakers currently online is Justine Hearn.
Hi, good evening again. I had not planned to speak on this item tonight, but I'm as shocked as some of our previous commenters that we're seeing this possible recommendation here to pause enforcement of the vaccine mandate. I don't understand how at this point we'd be wanting to put the brakes on an effort that had been celebrated in the region, and even commented on media outlets of having a more progressive approach here to try to rein COVID in the spread of that illness at our schools. Even if it can't be done perfectly, it's not a reason to attempt not to do it at all or to pause it. I am sure there are roadblocks to this, as there are with many things that different institutions are trying to do to curb the spread of COVID. But slowing down now is not going to help us get to where we need to be. Where do we need to be and what can be done to get there? Like, that's what we should be talking about. Not hitting the brakes and slowing down. If it's improving independent studies, let's continue to work on that. If it's getting more staff, more bodies into schools to help with testing, because part of that mandate was if you're not vaccinated, then you're testing, focus on that. What are the things that we can do to move forward? Moving back now does not feel like an option. It feels like asking for more trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hearn. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is EJ Solis.
Hi, this is actually Veronica Solis. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the district. I'm also a severely immunocompromised mom. And last week I had to make the decision on whether my children needed to have an education or possibly lose their mother, because my immune system Sorry, this is really hard. My immune system doesn't function well. So now I have to keep my kids home because it's not safe on campus. They're not getting an education. Please bring back virtual as an option for families like mine. We tried a dependent study at the beginning of the year, and my son didn't have a teacher for 2 months. And then when he finally was assigned a teacher in November, he had to start over like it was day one. And the packets that we were filling out, they were just tossed aside like they were garbage. We didn't get any credit for those 2 months. I can't have them go back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elise. Next speaker.
Our final speaker online is Sid Jahori.
Mr. Jahori, go ahead.
Good evening. I too had not planned to speak on this. I was unaware that this was even on the table, and I'm pretty taken aback. It's definitely a step backward. Even on campuses like our home school, where we have a lot of parent involvement. I mean, we individually as parents have been working to really push, create incentives, create positive incentives for our groups to know about testing, to know what was available, to educate our population about how people could sign up for this when it was just an option. Even in groups like that, where we're ahead of the game and where we have people who are willing to put our time in and able to on our testing day to make sure that our testers can focus solely on testing, it's still not possible. And God love them, they are amazing people. Our testers, we had 2 of them. They worked from the point they came to the point they left. They took no breaks. They worked so hard, and we still missed 4 classes. It's just, we can't move backward on this. These guys are putting themselves at risk. There were an incredible number of positive cases on our campus, and we have strong masking protocols. We have a ton of teachers out. We are like the jankiest quilt of teaching when it comes to all of the coverages that our people are trying to do, and they are doing their best, and that is with absolute respect. Everyone is trying so hard. We are all trying to do our part, and this is a slap in the face of everybody who's been trying to do everything they need to keep everybody safe. So I really, really hope that you guys reconsider this, because it's not okay. And it's going to keep coming back and biting us until we face this hard decision. Y'all talk about hard decisions that need to be made when it comes to other people. This is a hard decision that is not going to be popular with some people, that you guys have to take and make happen. And I know that you can figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Jahori. All right, we don't have any other public comment. I will open this up to board comment. Can we close the recommendations so we can see the whole screen? Thank you. I'll start by asking, I'm sorry, I don't recall if I saw this on a slide. How many students are we talking about currently that we do not have in the system of being vaccinated or have an exemption? Oh, you're on mute, Victoria.
Classic. It's going to happen sometime tonight. Are you talking about the testing slide at the end or the vaccine dashboard?
On the vaccine dashboard.
Yeah.
I think I might let Chief Lyons answer that one.
If you can bring back that slide very quickly, and then we'll go back to gallery view, please. Mr. Flores. No, one less. That one.
Okay, now if you take a look at if you're looking for numbers on here, this represents the 12 and older, and as far as I'm just looking up the numbers on my dashboard right here, what the actual numbers are. So for Total eligible students are 39,374. And of that, we have, I'm going to put my glasses on here. We have 25,126 that have not reported. Now, this is age 5 and up. So 25,125 as of this morning.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. And then I just want to make it very clear to our community that this is not stopping an aggressive effort of testing. Victoria, can you just remind us how many times a week our students are getting tested?
Yes.
And our staff?
Yes, so we offer testing every day during school hours in our care room. So should any student or staff member learn of an exposure, become symptomatic, or just want to go test, they can access that at any time during our school hours. We also have weekly surveillance testing that we heard, some of our staff mention. All of the schools that are scheduled are on our website. We are at nearly every school, and we are continuing to add those last remaining comprehensive high schools. Our testing teams have been impacted. We were not able to send as many testers as we should, and we have scheduled out. And so we are literally making do, borrowing over here to have this person go. The supervisors that support those testing teams have jumped in. Our health aides are jumping in. And I so appreciate the public comment and the kind, regard of how hardworking those testing team, are. And so I just want to be honest with our community, though, that it has kind of impacted, but we are scrambling and pivoting as much as humanly possible as we also kind of ride this wave out.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. And so there's definitely not a shortage on tests.
No, we do not have a shortage on tests. We've got many more tests coming. We made an emergency order that should be arriving Friday again to anticipate the numbers that we're thinking will come on Monday. If you're registered for COVID testing with Primary Health, you're going to get messages this weekend that are going to remind you, come test with us. So we're anticipating large numbers, and we are ready to manage that. It's the first time we've done something like this on this scale. So I imagine there will be some learning lessons, but we've had some experience with Vaccine Clinic and a lot of really hardworking young people who live in our community serving and providing this service.
Yeah, and I just have 2 really quick questions, and one of them is related to that. I was notified that people were lining up early at Albert Einstein Middle School before school was out, people that have symptoms. How are we fixing that?
So we are actually going to be shifting our testing hours, and we've been working with Principal Tafoya, and we'll work with our communications to get this out, but we are going to shift back to 4:00 until 7:00 is what we're looking at, and doubling our testers. We don't want to shorten a testing window and lose capacity, but it's really not okay to have people lining up for testing as our students are dismissing and letting out. This was not an issue earlier this fall and winter. It is now. And so this is one of those real-time continuous improvement cycles where we said that was a good idea, and now we have to pivot.
Well, I appreciate you having a testing site there, and I figured you were on top of it. My last question is, there was a lot of public comment tonight about the dashboard. And I'm just curious, there was a lot of commenters that said that it's not accurate. And so can we just kind of talk about that and unpack it a little bit about how it's reported to the dashboard?
Yeah, so our dashboard is updated twice a week. And so, when we first came back from winter break, it was updated from Monday, which was, our COVID contact tracers were, furiously working on entering cases. It's always this balance between doing the work and documenting the work, right? They're both vitally important, but getting a hold of families, the human piece of it should always be, a little bit more valued, at least in my social worker heart. And so, that one case was from an exposure that happened over winter break, and the individual was actually physically present before school. Then we saw, a couple couple of updates later. I think right now it's sitting at 322 active cases. It updates tomorrow morning. We have been furiously working to get all of those cases documented and the data sorted. There's someone working on it right now who's listening to the board meeting. Hello there. I'm making sure that our data is valid. And so you will see an update tomorrow morning. We have consistently updated on this cadence every Tuesday and Friday. I'm hearing our community asking us for more. That is definitely, something we'll have to talk about because there's always this kind of cost benefit. Do we actually engage in the work? Do we document the work? Do we work on making sure the data, is accurate? That's important to us as well. So please look at that dashboard tomorrow morning. You're going to see a significant jump.
Thank you. That explains a lot of the comments that were happening. So I appreciate that. And that helps us answer questions within the community. I see a lot of hands up from my colleagues, and I don't know who was first, but I'm going to call on who I saw. Member Morawski, Member Phillips, the Member Rose, the Member Garcia, and the Student Member Zhang.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation and for all the work that's gone into it. It's just incredible what you and your staff have been able to do, Victoria and the whole team. This is, I think, one of the situations where even our best is not good enough. It's just a huge wave that is washing over everything, the whole of society. And I know how hard everyone's working. I do hear some of the comments that have been shared, and it's a really tough time for everyone. And so I'm listening to even the very negative and the very personal comments that have been shared with a lot of empathy and understanding that everyone is on edge right now. Everyone is anxious and burdened by what we're experiencing. So I just wanted to, appreciate that. And Ms. Sinhort's survey comments from earlier. I mean, it is hard to hear these things, right? It is not pleasant to hear, but this is what this is our world. This is our district. These are our schools, and this is what's happening. And, no one's shying away from that. We need to hear that and let it inform our thinking and our actions. So I really appreciate everyone who took the time to share their input today. On the issue of, I do hear some of the comments on, the concerns with pulling back on enforcement at the end of January. So I do want to address that because I don't know many people who are as enthusiastic about vaccinations, about safe and effective vaccinations as I am. I'm like a huge champion for this. I desperately want to see, all of students and staff for whom, it's medically appropriate to be vaccinated because that will protect them. I have to say, given all that we're dealing with, I see some of the challenges in doing that. So I think when we're talking about enforcing the vaccine mandate, to be clear, we're talking about barring thousands of students from attending school without the scale of infrastructure to be able to serve them in an alternative way. And so to the extent that is true, that's not an acceptable course of action. So I totally understand and support, the idea of a pause. I do wonder, we have an exemption process in the vaccine requirement. So there's really, if folks don't agree or whatever, or there's medical problems, there are, multiple ways for that exemption to go through. So there's no reason really why we shouldn't have 100% compliance with either putting it, showing the vaccine proof or submitting a form. And so it makes me wonder and think that, maybe because of the issues that we've experienced with staffing and everything, we have not been able to do the level of outreach and communication and assistance to our families to really garner that level of compliance that we really should be able to do. So, I don't know, how much that staffing pressure will be relieved in the next couple of weeks, but I want to ask if there's anything we can do, or what can our community do to help? I mean, can we organize people? Can we make phone calls? Can we, what else can we do? What else can our schools do to just increase compliance with the mandate so we can see where folks are? Because it's just a huge number that just haven't submitted anything yet. And I just really wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, I will say my heart is right with you. We are the very first district to become a vaccine provider. That's how deeply we believe. I forgot to say that. Superintendent was telling me to lead with those things. We are the first. And we're really proud of it. And Sac County Public Health was so encouraging because they're hoping we'll kind of trailblaze for some other folks. And so, Board Member Morawski, you hit exactly on it. It's this balance of wanting to have the time to attend to it and the time to attend with all the other issues that Omicron has raised. But this does not mean that we stop our testing and our vaccination efforts, our outreach, and really encouraging families to understand what their choices are. So I love your idea of leveraging our volunteers, our parents who can volunteer. It's something they could actually do at home, potentially to help make those kinds of messages. And I don't know if, Nikki Kangas has some further ideas, but we are not stopping all of that outreach and all of the efforts that we're doing. I want to be really clear with our family on that. We only have 30% of those 27,000 that we need to get registered for testing. We're really hopeful that we will meet that at least. And we hope, including getting registered for testing and then also maybe getting vaccinated. And we are going to continue to host vaccine clinics out at school sites for those schools that are willing to take that on.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's not keep it just a discussion at the board meeting, but I really would like to follow up and just figure out what more can we do to just get more compliance and get everyone vaccinated who can be. I mean, I'm very willing to do whatever I can, in my role, not to step on or duplicate efforts of the district. But well, thank you. And I guess there's a lot of other comments. I just really want to express just the deep and true appreciation for our teachers and our administrators and our classified staff who are out there across our district at your sites, all of the district staff who have come out to help at all of the school sites. It is all hands on deck right now. And I just appreciate so much how hard everyone is working and all of the anxieties and the things that everyone's dealing with. Thank you.
I'll have Trustee Rhodes go before me. He had his hand up for me.
Okay, thank you, Member Phillips. Member Rhodes.
Member Phillips, feel free to go ahead. She called you first. I'm good. Go ahead.
All right, then. Okay, thanks. I just want to know, for the folks in the back and myself, what the pause really means, because now I'm kind of thinking about the recommendation that we need to consider. Obviously, I know it's informational, but the pause means that we will still continue to push as if the 31st is our goal. Am I correct? Even though it's not.
So we are barreling ahead, but we also want to be mindful of all of the competing demands at our school site. And, we know our school sites have relationships with their families, right? They listen to those messages maybe differently than some of the district mailers. I'm a district parent too. right? And so that was a really big part of our strategy. And, I don't know if Nikki wants to come on and speak about this as well. It was a parallel strategy. And right now we are very mindful of all of the pressures on our site. So you remember, we ramped up surveillance testing well before this deadline to make sure that we had that capacity and that system in play. That will not pause. Same for our vaccination efforts. Those are all full steam ahead. What I think we're really trying to just balance in this conversation and recommendation is what Omicron has brought to us in our sites and our capacity, as well as looking at the potential enforcement of the large number of students that would be impacted. So Nikki, you want to speak more about some of the communications?
Yeah, I just want to reassure you, Member Phillips, that we are going to continue to be talking about the vaccination requirement and providing that outreach to our families. I think, as Victoria mentioned, there are competing priorities as well, with trying to close that gap on testing registration and recruit for the staffing shortages and the need for volunteers that we have. So we're just doing everything we can. And I really appreciate Member Morosky, the offer to assist with outreach. You guys have already done a lot, and we really do need the support of as many people in the community as we can to help us get this word out. What we're pausing is not that outreach and that communication. It's moving those students over to independent study when we don't have the infrastructure to support that this time.
Okay. And that answers my question. So the real deal is really that we don't have anywhere to put these students in the event that we got to the end of January, and we still have a lot of students who are unregistered to test, a lot of students who are unvaccinated. It's a sticky situation. I do understand, but obviously some people are not happy with that recommendation, and I get it.
Member Phillips, if I could also just interject and just offer that if you remember, the vaccination mandate calls for either submitting proof of a vaccination or filing an exemption, registering for regular routine COVID testing. And if you, I'm not going to ask that we go back to the dashboard, but right now the rate of exemption is very low. And so we are simply saying that we will continue to advocate for increasing vaccination rates. You've seen the number of vaccination clinics that we've scheduled, how we're promoting all of that. But we need to increase the number of students that register for testing so that we can at least have confidence that until they feel more comfortable or make a decision about being vaccinated, that we can continue to regularly test those students. The enforcement, the pause of the enforcement is exactly what Ms. Kangas said. The number of students that haven't filed for an exemption and haven't registered would mean that those students under the vaccination mandate would move into independent study. And that number is a very large number at this time,
which the district is unable to handle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to just high level. We're talking 8,000 students perhaps as of today. Right. That haven't filed an exemption or and registered for testing.
I see. So, okay. Part of me is just like, I still need it in broken down English that makes sense to me. It just sounds like, even though we've been making our grand efforts to try and get things done, we're still in a pandemic. I know we're still in a pandemic. I don't know if this is on topic, so if I'm not quite where I'm supposed to be, I guess you can let me know. But has there been any talk of hazard pay? And I know that comes down to, we have to have an MOU or something like that. But can COVID funds be used for that?
Let me see if Ms. Ramos is here. Yes, I see Ms. Ramos. Just in terms of answering the technical question,
okay.
Mr. Phillips.
Sorry, Rose.
Oh no, that's okay. Sorry. Yes, it can.
So, I mean, we need to find some kind of way. I don't know how we're going to institute it, but I mean, there are things that we can do to make sure that we have enough staffing, but I don't know. I'm still trying to put together the pause. I understand the pause, but I think, and maybe I'll bring it up later, but that slide from the dashboard shows this little leveling off, and you can tell it's from like West Campus to Rosemont, you see good numbers. And then from Martin Luther King to Success Academy, you see different numbers. What I'm looking at is that's the break. That's the divide. We can see where we're going to get more people who are going to want to test, more people who are going to want to register for that, more people who want to get their immunization. But, I'm not sure if we're really speaking to that other half of that bar graph. I just got a funny feeling that, the message that we're putting out makes sense possibly to one half of that whole graph. So, and I know, Ms. Kangas, I'm, talking about outreach and things that we've done, but I just want to make sure that we're speaking in a way that everyone can understand. So sometimes, the big words get to be a lot, and I'm just going to say it's not painfully overwhelming for me until we get to words like pivot. And then I'm like, who's going to explain pivot to everyone else? So I just want us to be a little more mindful about that. But yeah, for the most part, it just in plain simple English, we're not prepared for the influx of students that we would get in the event that we had a deadline of the 31st. Right?
Correct. If the number of students don't file an exemption and they don't register, which is what we're seeing right now, about 48%, then we would not, and you look at the number of eligible students, again, not going back to out of the 19,000 students that are eligible, Member Phillips, in that dashboard, about 48% have not filed an exemption or registered. So that's how you do the math of the number of students that if we got to the 31st and we tried to enforce what the resolution that you passed indicated, we would be talking thousands of students that would move into independent study.
Right. Which again says the district isn't 100% ready. And again, if we're one of the first folks doing whatever the rollout that we're doing, that's great. But, it just, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say on that. It just, if we have the funds and we can get people here to do that, even if it's people at Cap City, I just am, I don't know. I'm a little floored. The recommendation kind of threw me off a little too. So I do understand what it's for. What we're trying to make clear is that, just like you said, Superintendent, we need to make sure that we have people who register to get tested or people who have asked for the bypass, and that bypass is going to make them have to test anyway, correct?
Yes, because ultimately, if you wanted to think about it as the vaccination mandate that we adopted, Member Phillips, was a mandate that allowed either that you prove that you were vaccinated or that you underwent mandatory testing. And that is going to be a big focus for us as we have struggled to see the rate of vaccinations go up at the level that we would have wanted to see.
Okay. Thank you. It would be better if we could just test everyone, but I realize that's a large task. But thank you for your comments there.
Thank you. Member Rhodes?
Thank you guys very much. Excuse if you hear kids screaming in the background. My little guys are running around here, and their mom and grandfather actually are quarantined currently. So it is me and my 5 children dealing with COVID, obviously. So excuse if you hear noise running around. I am being a father on a meeting right now. So I wanted to get just kind of clarify when we're talking about the pivot and the pause. Would it be better said that when we talk about pausing the mandate, do we really mean we're extending the date that parents and staff have to get their information into the district? Because we're still saying we want to get by the 28th, February 28th, we want to bring back everything and have extension to the 28th. So what are we really saying? We're getting opportunity for more time for people to turn in their paperwork before our enforcement. I think that's more clarity than saying we're pausing the mandate until this date. What we're really trying to do is give people more time, parents and staff, more time to turn in their vaccination information and or exemptions. And I think that when you say we're pausing the mandate, it causes, the phrasing of it causes anxiety and panic in a time where everybody's on edge. So I think that's what you're feeling from the board and our community members. So maybe the phrasing of that could be said a little differently to explain the intent of what we're really trying to do here. Does that make sense? I think I see head nodding. Okay. And I just try to say that as plain as possible as well, as my colleague, Trustee Phillips would say. We also, I'm going to hop around a little bit, have a couple of notes. I've been listening as usual and hearing everybody today. It's always a great thing for us as trustees to hear from the public. We're usually hearing a lot from the public, and I know all of my colleagues here are constantly talking to community members, and we have a lot coming in. And so it's really even better if we ever miss anything, that when we're hearing at the board, we get to take in those voices as well. So we really do appreciate that. I'm interested in two things. I'll say two things. First, I have a question for Ms. Flores, but I will say a statement before that. COVID leave for staff. I'm interested in looking into possibly how does that look? How do we do that? That would be something that I would be interested in supporting, Rose, if we are able to do that with one-time funds on a shorter period of time. I'm interested in looking at how that looks. So I would love to, as it comes back to the board, that how we would be able to balance that for the health of our district, but then also for our staff members. And so when you guys, when we think about this, using one-time fund, especially COVID funding, how to uplift people while maintaining the stability of our district is going to be pertinent in our foresight and thinking moving into the next couple of months, definitely. So I would like to have that come back to our board at a next or soon board meeting. President Pritchett, that's a formal request. And then for Ms. Flores, you said that us becoming, and congratulations on this because it's huge, but us becoming a provider would make it more sustainable for us. But how does us becoming a provider better help our system respond to COVID-19 and the threats of possibly other surges in the future? Can you explain that for our community?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, having the capability to provide all the school required immunizations as well as COVID now adds another provider to our county, right? So when this, Omicron first came out and we saw, these big tests or big vaccination sites like Curative out at McClellan, and, everyone was kind of into the vaccine game. And they kind of dropped off They all, ended up, same with Dignity Health, needed to get back to their day job. And so that's what I mean. Now we are a provider. We can continue and sustain our efforts with our own staffing. We do still recruit volunteers, and we have many, nurses that are from Davis and Sutter and coming down to vaccinate. But that's really the service that we're able to provide to our community. I will say we can't do it alone. We still need all of those partners. I know yourself, you've been very involved in vaccine efforts out in your area, as well as many of our other board members. You'll still see HealthNet and Sac County Public Health and CDPH and Color. We're not turning anyone away who's willing to come and host a clinic, but this just gives us another resource that's really, within our control.
So this helps us currently sustain our hubs. You're talking about Cerner Center and other few sites we have on school sites. That helps right now. It helps us sustain those hubs, and in the future, it helps us in case anybody else drops off the game, that we are providing this service ourselves. And so that's the sustainability part, that we're no longer just reliant on other entities or CBOs or county health. We can actually do this ourselves.
Correct. And think about someday when we are through Omicron and your 7th grader needs their Tdap, right? We do that right next door all summer. You could also get your COVID booster if that's something that we're going to be looking at. And we know we hear a lot of our public health officials talking about, needing COVID like we need flu. We give flu vaccine next door. We give HPV. So we provide all of the school required immunizations as well as the preventative ones. And, a lot of the families that come to us aren't always linked with a health provider. That's another resource we work with. We work closely with Sacramento Covered to refer families over. Many of them, speak a language, that's not English, or, have recently come here. And so this is a real benefit to some of our most vulnerable families. But it also, gives us that ability to add on to those school required cadence, that when families come for those, we can give COVID as well. And so that's what I was saying was happening tonight over at the IZ clinic while we're all here.
And that's huge. Definitely for we have a lot of families who necessarily don't have health insurance, right? And then they have to constantly go to clinics. So you're talking about enrolling your student and being able to get the vaccinations for your student at the same place. That's huge. I know the governor's working on some big things, and hopefully we can have those conversations later on in February as well. But I think that what we're doing is very beautiful, and it layers itself on some of the bigger efforts throughout the state, and it puts us in a position to be proactive and not reactive. And so I'm excited about the work that you've been able to do, Ms. Flores, and you have been an amazing asset for our district, and it's always good to have you. You've made us look good many times. And we need more of that for sure. And I appreciate you for that. And so I'll leave my comments to there. But I just, once again, clarifying on the vaccination, we're not necessarily pausing our mandate. What we're doing is extending time for more people to actually get vaccinated and or put in their exemptions or sign up for testing. We're extending the timeline for people to be able to do that. We're not pausing what we were saying we're going to do. We're going to extend the timeline. That's for people in the back, and that's for people who just want it in plain English as well. That's what it is. And then also, once again, COVID leave for staff members. We'd like to bring that back at another date and to see what that looks like. And that once again is my formal request. And Victoria, kudos to you and the team. I look forward to doing more work with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Garcia, and then Student Member Singh.
I just want to thank everyone, everybody who called in. Just know it's been very hard. I'm a parent in the district, so it's been a rough start to the year for sure, with two kids who are vaccinated, but who are incredibly stressed about their classmates, just disappearing for a week here and a week there. So it is stressful for our students, and obviously stressful for the workforce and the entire system. So I just want to thank everyone for doing not only their part, but going above and beyond to just making it through the day. I did have a couple of questions. I also had a suggestion on the language of the recommendation. Instead of pause is to extend the deadline, or however we want to frame it, but it's really an extension, right? Because pause really means that it's a full stop, and that's not what you're saying. And I'm glad to hear that, because I did get a little panicked. And I think it's also important to just clarify that that staff will, what the staff is going to focus on, which is just to continue to work with our families to increase, the registration for to test, right, for all. So I think that just needs to be very clear, because I still think it's very consistent with what we approved, and we're just pushing out that timeline. And it's to give the system time to plan for however many students. Hopefully it's not, can't remember, thousands, 47% that would technically be rolled over to independent study. It's just not something that a system can support. This also happened in LAUSD. When the time came with their timeline, there were thousands of students who hadn't vaccinated or hadn't, submitted some form of maybe exemption. Maybe they have a full vaccination mandate. I don't recall, but they also had to push out their implementation date or their compliance, however you want to call it. But I just think the language can be clarified and simplified so that it's very clear that we're staying the course. We're just going to take a little bit longer. I also wanted to ask a question about, we heard a lot about the option to go into remote learning. And so I think it's really important to understand sort of what requirements districts have. What is because I know that the expectation from the state, the default is in-person learning. Even now, in the midst of this surge, is to continue to serve students in person and in the classroom. There was a caller who pointed out that there was recent clarification that districts have the authority to close schools. So I wanted to come back to that and find out, if there's information that you can share that might make sense to our community as to why we're so committed to staying open. And then I think there's a process involved in terms of what a district has to do, who a district needs to consult with in order to make that final decision to close a school. So, Superintendent, I don't know if you're the person, but I'm wondering if you can just share a little bit more as to just to give more information to our community on something that may not make sense to them right in the middle of the surge. And I do have one other question.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I'm going to also ask any of our staff to also chime in here. But you're right. When the state had adopted, if you remember, SB 98, which allowed for school systems to go into distance learning, and that legislation then lapsed on June 30th of last year. That was designed so that distance learning was no longer a platform for students. And then AB 130, which many of the public commenters talked about, which was if you don't access in-person instruction, then you have the opportunity to go into independent studies. That still, there is no legislation that has reversed the lapse of SB 98. And so what you have begun to hear is schools that have made a decision to close their schools to in-person instruction, and in some cases, schools have had to reverse their communications and make clear that they're still open for in-person instruction and offer short-term independent study based on again the legislation that lapsed on June 30th. In our case, we also have the additional challenge that we have not reached an agreement with our labor partner related to continuity of learning. In other words, when we envisioned that we might have to quarantine a classroom, that we might have to close a school due to a COVID-related issue, we had made a proposal that we allow ourselves to offer, again, a continuity of education through the same approach that we did in the spring, if you remember, those Polycam devices that are still at our school sites. And so that's one explanation. The other thing that I would add, Member Garcia, is that there is some information that has been released both by CDE related to the steps that we would have to take under Ed Code, which requires us to consult with our county office, with CDE around a possible closure due to staffing challenges. So it isn't a unilateral decision per se, and we've been very fortunate, and I will publicly acknowledge or recognize Dr. Kasiriye, who has always been open to taking our calls and having conversations about some of the challenges that Sac City faces, but also just really the entire 13 districts that make up Sac County K-12 districts. I spoke to her today, so we are in communication about the challenges that we face.
Okay, so that communication's in place. There is a potential scenario and process whereby a district can close a school, but there are certain things that need to be met. So I just always want to know that we're exploring all avenues to be able to switch gears the moment something, certain conditions are met or certain things happen that we just, we are just ready to go, trying to be as proactive as possible, even though it feels from the get-go that this has been a very reactive process and experience on all levels, even though the district in so many ways has gone above and beyond on many levels to do as much as possible very proactively, including the testing and the vaccination clinics and all of that. So, being held up as a state model, but it just feels very reactive. I mean, that's just how it feels. I did want to just end with also, interested, and I know, I think I know what you're going to say, and maybe you can clarify sort of what the process is relative to, revisiting the sick leave for staff. I mean, we all thought when the state's sick leave, law expired in late September, the state didn't extend that. I think the federal government didn't extend sick leave either, so it just left districts to kind of fend for themselves. It's local decision. We all expected to start this academic year in a more normal way, but it hasn't been that. So I just think that it is a time to kind of have that conversation. And I think if you can just let us know sort of what that process looks like, because I think you're going to say negotiations.
Yes.
And
yes.
then, and then that just takes time. So so anyway, but I just think it's important for our community to know that these are things we want. There is a process in place that often takes a long time to get to an agreement, but we're not blind. We're not tone deaf. We see the hard work. We see the sacrifice, and we get it. We get it. For me, I know the resources are there. I know that the funds are able to be spent in this manner. So this is for me part of staff retention. But there is a process that we need to go through in order to fully explore and hopefully be able to support staff in that manner. So I don't know if you want to share anything above that, but I just want to thank all the staff for putting this presentation together. I know it's a lot of different divisions and departments across the board. So I'll just leave you with that.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I'll just say that, of course, as you remind us often, this is your Board of Education meeting. You represent the views and perspectives of our community as duly elected representatives. So your comments are duly noted. Yes, those are items that have to be negotiated, and we will come back with an update to the board and to our community.
Thank you, Superintendent. Student Member Zhang.
I know Member Garcia just brought this up, but I would like to offer a student's perspective. I recall at the beginning of the school year, I asked if there was a backup plan for when COVID gets too bad and we need to return to distance learning. I asked if there was a threshold to determine when school will close down, and the answer was that there was no plan. And now after winter break, at least 40% of every class is out, either due to quarantine, COVID, or the fear of Omicron. Students who stay home currently are unable to receive any instructions from their teachers during their quarantine period, and students whose teacher cannot provide instructions are then pushed into the auditorium with hundreds of other kids due to the lack of substitution. This is essentially a breeding ground for COVID to put hundreds of kids in a closed space for an hour. But I know personally, I've been very lucky that my classes are still normal, but there are students who have 2 to 3 classes without a teacher. At this point, shouldn't there be at least a distance learning option for families to consider? And I've been hearing a lot of discussions between students. Some students thrive in distance learning and some do better in in-person school. Although there is an independent study option, we do not have much information about it, and there are not enough teachers for that either. The speaker, EJ, pointed this out, and there's definitely a need for this option. Work better in in-person school, and distance learning is definitely hard, and it takes a high amount of self-discipline for students, and students miss out on their school experiences. So I'm sorry if I got slightly off topic from the agenda item, but I would like to ask again if we have a plan regarding modes of learning. It doesn't have to be right now, but in the future, if COVID actually get worse, is there a plan to go back to distance learning?
Thank you, Member Zhang, for your question, which is a very fair question. We, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have made a proposal. We are continuing to pursue trying to get to a place where we are able to move into that type of learning mode, given the limitations that we have currently in terms of state legislation. But in the event that we have to quarantine under certain circumstances, a classroom or a school, if you remember the New Joseph Bonheim case study from September, those are issues that we are currently trying to resolve. And we'll continue to keep our board updated. We will be going into mediation on January 27th, and that is one of the proposals that we're hoping to come to terms with our labor partner around how we would manage the type of instruction that might be offered to our students.
Do you have any other further questions, student member Zhang?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm not seeing any other board member comments. I do want to point out that we had several people online raising their hand. Public comment has closed for this agenda item. If you have further comments, please email the board, reach out to us, and we will get back to you. This is an informational item. Thank you again to staff for this item, and we will be bringing them back. And thank you to our board members for the formal requests.
Member Pritchett, if I can just make one last comment. Certainly, I also am part of the governance structure, so I'm hearing a lot of the public comments. Of course, I'm getting continued direction and guidance from you as our Board of Education members. And I just want to also echo, not because I want to deflect or act like I'm not listening, as Member Garcia mentioned, but I do just want to recognize the tremendous efforts from our staff. When Ms. Flores talked about the number of tests, for example, administered just in the last week and a half, 57,000, probably now above 57,000, just since the presentation was finalized, if you included today's number of tests. That is just a really extraordinarily high number of tests that we've administered, thanks to your support and the infrastructure that we propose and that we've now laid out. We should expect that because of that infrastructure, we would identify more positive cases, like all of you who have been impacted. That's happened also in my household, and I'm grateful for the type of surveillance testing for my children who play sports, who are mandated to continue to do testing, that a case would be identified without having to say to our families, go figure out where to get tested, go to your healthcare provider, go to some kind of clinic, instead doing it on our school site. Of course, that is something that we appreciate your support, but there's just so many data points in that presentation that you just heard that we should also just commend our team and commend you as we're trying to address just ever-changing conditions, and we will continue to try to do our best.
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent. Member Phillips, you have your hand up. Del, did you have a question?
While we were briefly on the topic of formal requests, can I make sure that along with Trustee Rhodes's request that we also look into hazard pay as for the for our staff?
Okay.
Did you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item 8.2, Trustee Area Redistricting Full Demographic Presentation with map options. Mr. Reynolds.
Evening. We do have a short presentation for you tonight. Again, a lot of the same information you've already seen, plus a little bit additional information that you've asked for. And so as we move to the next slide, again, we're showing you some map options. I did have a slight typo at the end of this. We have two new plans. Instead of calling them A2 and A3, we are calling them D and E. We had advice from the attorneys that if we keep everything lettered and then leave out the numbers, it's a much easier to understand. So we do have two new plans that are just modifications of Plan A. So just some slight adjustments for you this evening. Next slide. Again, as a reminder, Map A shows in colors the trustee boundaries that are being proposed to balance the populations. I added a note on the right-hand side that shows this one had a peak deviation of 2.12%. So we compared the largest population, the smallest population boundaries, where only had a difference of about 2% in this scenario. And then the next slide shows you the new information that was requested. On here, we can see the colors for all of the 7 areas, and superimposed over that are the locations of the schools. And if you see it in a blue symbol with a red label, those are the Title I schools. And so off on the right-hand side, we identified how many schools were in each boundary and how many of those were Title I or not Title I. So again, a lot of additional details for your information. Then on the next one, again, we go into Plan B, which again just looks at some slightly different geographic areas to show how to balance the populations. Again, the changes between the maps really impact areas 2 and 7 and 4. All the other ones are basically the same between the different scenarios. And this one had a slightly higher peak deviation of 2.48%. Then our next slide again shows that same picture. Again, we're seeing the whole district here and the locations of the schools and the counts of the schools by total amounts, Title I and non-Title I. And then next we go into Map C. So again, you've seen this information before, just refreshing your memory. In Plan C, again, we had a slightly different breakdown for areas 2, 4, and 7. This one had a peak deviation of 2.66%. And then on the following slide, again, we show the overlays with all of the schools. And so next we go into some new information. Here is Plan D. Again, this is very similar to Plan A, but the area between Broadway and 14th Avenue, in Plan A, only the blocks between 61st and 65th Street were part of Area 2. And now we've expanded that to the west. And so it goes all the way over to 58th Street. And so the net impact of that is that the Tahoe Elementary School now remains in Area 2 instead of being reassigned to Area 7. And so on the next slide, and this one did increase the peak deviation because we are leaving more population in Area 2, which we were trying to reduce. But still, it only brought it up to just over 3%. And so again, we look at the schools, and again, now you can easily see on this slide how Tahoe is now staying in the yellow area instead of being reassigned to the orange area. And then finally, on our next slide, we will show Map E. And again, this one makes that same change we saw on Map D, but it also moves that boundary line from 65th Street over to Reading on the other side of Hiram Johnson. And so again, makes the yellow area slightly larger, increases the peak deviation again, but still we're at 3.99%, and anything less than 10% is still a valid scenario for the district to consider. And so next slide, we can now see that both Tahoe and Hiram Johnson remain in Area 2. Of course, they were in Area 2 prior to any boundary readjustments for the trustee areas. But again, it increased our peak deviation, but it's still a valid map. And again, this was based on some feedback from the board. So again, our next slide just is a reminder, we have until the end of February. So time is starting to run short. But again, if there's any other questions, comments, suggestions, we still have a little bit of time to get to a final recommendation. And that's it for our presentation tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, we have 2 public commenters, and the first is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening. I just want to point out, make sure that whatever we do, don't continue to create the ESAC bubble. You look at that, look at the East area too. It's all ESAC and it's all well off and it's all thriving, mostly thriving schools. I don't know how, we're going to give that little area their own trustee too, and how does that reflect going to the board and what that trustee is going to be trying to represent, right? You're going to keep making it work harder for the Title I schools to get the resources programs if you have one trustee just there for 4 well-off schools. So please keep Hiram Johnson and Tahoe into area 2 so that, we can have the spotlight on the most needed help students. Again, those schools are going to be well off, whatever's going on, and so don't, again, create, you hear about the ESAC bubble, and now we're going to really do it. So please keep Tahoe and Johnson in area 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Samantha Alvarez.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm calling in to firstly thank the board and the demographers on working hard towards the redistricting maps. I know it's not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of factors that need to go into consideration. But with this being said, I do want to express my support for Map C. I would have definitely liked to be able to further digest the new maps. I have been on the website all day today, and I didn't find any links to view those maps. So with just like the 5 seconds that I was able to view, I can't make a good judgment on that. Maybe those maps are better than C, but because of the small time frame, I wasn't able to properly make a good decision. But I do want to express that Map C as of right now is one of the better represents the population counts that have been gathered, as well as reflecting the changes that best are of our community. But I do hope that we can further have another discussion about this so that we can further consider the new maps, since it is going to be affecting us in the future to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. We will definitely be having more discussion on this. This is an informational item tonight.
We have one more comment, President Pritchett.
Okay, thank you, Vincent.
Yes, Ariana Marmolejo.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for sticking through this whole meeting. I just want to say what I like Map C, and what I like about it is that it seems like it's the cleanest cut along the highways, which I think kind of makes sense. And I really like that about Map C, but I just want to ask that tonight's presentation is uploaded on the website, because it's really helpful to see all the schools overlaid on top of the maps. And that was really, really helpful. But that's what I like about Map C, and I hope the presentation is uploaded, and I look forward to looking more about the other map options. So thanks so much for your time and your work on redistricting.
Thank you, Ariana. Do we have any other public comment?
No, there are no more public comment.
Okay, perfect. All right, as I was saying, this is an informational item tonight. I will open it up for board discussion. I do want to clarify with our communities that this is a voting district and not a homeschool district for our students. We have comments from board members. Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate the 2 additional maps. And I do think that they need to be posted online. I think we're just seeing this for the first time too. So it's really helpful to have this information posted so that we can digest it. I also want to thank you for clearly labeling the schools, especially those that are Title I and non-Title I, because it really, as one of the speakers mentioned, Trustee Area 2, I mean, it just really stands out in terms of how few number of Title I schools it could potentially have. And I continue to stand by my my thoughts that if we're going to be a district that is going to correct systemic inequities, every single trustee area needs to have schools that are disproportionately impacted by those inequities. And so we need to be very mindful that trustee area 2 needs to have more than one school that's Title I. So, but I look forward to seeing these maps online so that more members of the community can really look at them and digest the 5 options that we currently have. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And if these maps were not posted online, we will make sure that they get up right away. Sorry about that. All right, Superintendent.
Yeah, no, yeah, if indeed they were not posted, then I will follow up on that and make sure that they're posted as soon as possible. Maybe even now. So.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. All right, Member Morosky.
Thank you. Yes, that would be really helpful. I think what's online is just a prior version that are labeled differently. So it's probably confusing to try to talk between which versions. But just, while we're here, just want to express my support for what Member Garcia referenced in terms of, and what Mr. Vasquez referenced in terms of just wanting to have each area be representative. I do think there's a lot of merit in that. So just wanted to express my support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other board comment? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. We will see you back here in February. Take care. All right, this informational item, we will move on to item 8.3, Local Control and Accountability Plan, Quarterly Update. Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong.
Good evening, board, superintendent, colleagues, and community members. I'm here tonight with the second in a series of our LCAP quarterly reports. Again, this was a series that we identified last year as opportunities to be here more frequently and provide the board and the community updates on the status of the development process. And I'm very excited tonight and privileged to be here co-presenting with Christina Espinosa, our Director of College and Career Readiness. Following some of the LCAP quarterly report material, I'll pass off to Christina, who will then discuss some of the recently released 4-year outcomes and the credit recovery efforts. This is an information item. So some of the highlights tonight, we're going to touch upon the school dashboard, which has had a very, challenging time these last few years, as we know. But we'll be able to share some of the recent data released and the status of the dashboard. Touch upon the differentiated assistance process again. We are still in differentiated assistance and the implications for the LCAP. Of course, highlight some of the upcoming engagement with educational partners and look ahead to February, where we'll be back for the annual update and the one-time supplement that will be presented to the board. Next slide, please. Again, each time we review our core value, our guiding principle, I always like to anchor in on a phrase, and tonight I'm really focusing on the phrase greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options, particularly as we look at some of those 4-year outcomes. As we talk about the LCAP, it's nice to anchor in as what we're trying to achieve as a system and provide for each student at the end of their career in Sac City. Next slide, please. Now, this is a recurring slide, and just want to highlight here tonight this word evolve. One of the key points we want to take away is that the LCAP is something that we approved as a 3-year plan last year, but the LCAP is rewritten every year, and we're constantly engaged in the process. And so really do want to see this as an evolving living process. Next slide, please. Here we're checking in our timeline. The timeline, of course, itself evolves as we adapt and react to the circumstances that face our district, but we are still forging ahead with the LCAP process. Over the spring, we'll be engaged in, again, some of our annual engagement processes. And you see here in February, this annual update and one-time supplement noted, and that is a unique one-time requirement from the state this year in order to respond to some one-time issues. Next slide, please. So this was really in response to some feedback we had heard and some questions that came up. And it's just a slide to, again, illustrate that point that the LCAP is a 3-year document, but we write one every year. So this is a nice slide if someone wants to come back and reference to see that, we write a LCAP every year. We'll be in the 8th LCAP this year, even though we're now in this 3rd cycle. So each time we catalyze a new 3-year cycle, the idea is that we're taking a large moment to re-envision some of the goals, to look at how we're organizing the structure of the document and the plan, but we're never prevented from reorganizing significantly in any given year because we do write a new LCAP. So this shows you from the left column of the table where we are in those 3-year cycles to that right column of it's an annual cycle. Next slide, please. So, again, some of those annual activities are continuing to meet with our district committees and groups, conducting some listening sessions in the spring, again, surveys, engaging with you here in the public at the board, seeking input on our draft materials. And just to really want to note there, that blue arrow there, because of the very complex context over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of additional planning requirements. And one of the silver linings of that complexity is that we have this amazing foundation of input. So we're not entering into any LCAP year in a vacuum. We're building on the learning continuity and attendance plan process. We're building on the expanded learning opportunities grant plan process. We're building upon the ESSER 3 expenditure plan process. And we're building, of course, on that annual LCAP process. And so as we're going out and engaging with groups, we're able to look at what happened last year and then really highlight pieces and then identify gaps and come up with new recommendations. Next slide, please. This slide has been presented a few times. Just wanted to note that the state did go forward and move forward with the term educational partners. Language is a powerful thing. And I find for myself, words become so deeply encoded in our brain that it's nice to keep reminding ourselves so that we can move that switch into the subconscious as well, the unconscious. And so just to reiterate, we're no longer using the term stakeholders. We're using the term educational partners when we refer to the engagement with all of our community groups. Next slide, please. This is a kind of a graphical take on our timeline, and it kind of shows the chunked portions of the year. And again, this year does include some unique pieces around one-time updates, and it included the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. But by and large, this is that annual process that we move through over the course of the year to make sure that we're informing that process with input. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of text here, but really the take-home point is that the dashboard still does exist. And the dashboard is a really key part of the state's accountability process. And it was just getting underway with its first several years when we were faced by COVID. And so we haven't had the dashboard performance results reported in the last 2 years. So there was no dashboard, so to speak, in terms of the colors of the red, orange, yellow, green, and blue in 2020 or 2021. And we do expect it to come back. Of course, everything is constantly being reevaluated at this time as the conditions change. But the dashboard still does have data. So what's really important to take away is that the dashboard does not have the performance colors, but it does have data. Similarly with CDE's DataQuest website, they are releasing data. So we do have data, but we also then have to take it in the context of COVID. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit. Next slide, please. So here you can see the title is very important. This is the 2019 performance, which is based on 2018-19 data. But we're just, again, reminding ourselves of what that dashboard looks like. And you can see that at that time, our district was largely in the yellow and orange for our various indicators. And again, those colors are that intersection between status and the amount of change from the previous year. So we don't want to spend too much time here because, again, we don't have current dashboard results, but just putting things in context. Next slide, please. And you can see here that we've bolded 3 of our student groups: foster youth, homeless youth, and students with disabilities. And that's key because those are the groups of students that we were identified for as a district for differentiated assistance. And that status was last registered in 2019 because of the dashboard. And we've maintained that status over the last few years. Next slide, please. Again, status is generated because of the underperformance of those groups relative to other student groups over multiple years. And so we've been here and shared before that because of that multiple year status, we were eligible for that additional assistance with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, or CCEE, which was that systemic instructional review work we began just before the pandemic, the SIR, and that is still happening. So we still continue to engage to this day with our county and our state colleagues, providing us additional assistance. Next slide, please. And so this is all really leading up to a key change this year where districts in differentiated assistance are required to construct or develop a new LCAP goal for the student groups who are in that status. So we will be working through the differentiated assistance process and the SIR process with our colleagues to identify a new goal that will be specific to our foster youth, our homeless youth, and our students with disabilities. Next slide, please. So supporting some of that work, to be able to look at data, we just do want to make the public aware, build some awareness around some of the new data that was out, and also have briefly some awareness building around what the data is and what the data isn't. So you can see here a list of some of the data that just came out last week, actually, in terms of publicly released, and it's now available on the state's platforms. There's 4-year cohorts, some of those A through G completion rates that Director Espinosa will talk about later on, state seal by literacy, dropout rate, chronic absenteeism rates, et cetera, and a new measure that the state is reporting called stability rate, which looks at the percentage of students that have spent essentially a full year at the same school. So in the next series of slides, we're just going to share some examples. And again, this is to build awareness. This is not a place where we're going to drill down into each number. But here we just share that a good example of data that is hard to create apples to apples out of is chronic absenteeism. If you look at this chart, you'll see that for 2017, 18, 18, 19, those were 2 years. That's the dashboard data. But 1920 is our internal measure, and it's only up to February 28th. That was when we had to move into school closure when COVID first came. So that's a partial year of data. And it's better than not having data, but we would be cautioned in terms of trying to compare it as an apple to apple to the 18-19. And then, of course, for 2021, we do have that end of year data, but that was the year largely spent in distance learning. And so again, you now have an apple and an orange, and maybe we have a banana. So this is an example where having data is better than having no data, but we want to be careful in terms of how we look at it. But it's still useful, right? Because if in a given column, we can still look at how our student groups are performing relative to each other under the same conditions. And so that's also very important. So it's just like everything else that's happening during COVID, we have to be aware of what we're looking at and what it is and what it isn't. Next slide, please. So even though we just caution not to look at it year to year, this is a graph in case someone's visual. But again, we're looking at the apples and the oranges and the bananas together. Next slide. So another good example, pausing here, is suspension rate. So if you look at 2017-18 to 18-19, you can compare some trends. Those were two very, those are both from the dashboard under similar conditions. But in 2019-20, we know that suspension during the time of school closures and then later distance learning was not conducted the same. So that's not really equivalent to a full year under the same conditions. And then, of course, 2021, again, in distance learning, suspension took on a very different format. And so the numbers here are almost zero in every case. So that's not a year we would say is an apple to an apple. But again, it is the data we have, and it's the data we're working with. As we come to this current year, looking at that mid-year report for the annual update, we'll be able to see some more apple-to-apple data. Next slide, please. And here again is the charts, and you're continuing to build these over time. And you can see very visually how our disparities pop out. So again, the helpfulness of the charts, even though we're not looking at that year-to-year apple-to-apple, our student groups relative to where they are to each other, it's really important to be able to see those disparities and see those inequities. Next slide, please. A place to celebrate here briefly is the state seal by literacy rates. Really saw those take off for every student group, almost every student group across the board, and really actually push in some places very close to our 3-year target. So some kudos to our multilingual literacy colleagues and our curriculum instruction colleagues for pushing those efforts. And if you look at the chart on the next slide, you can certainly see how in most student groups, the movement across the 4 years is significant. So a nice celebration there. Next slide, please. And last but not least, for the data I'll share is the stability rate. This is a new data point. So it's something that we're kind of sharing here for the first time, and it's not necessarily one of the LCAP indicators at present, but it's an interesting data point to see, another way of looking at how much students are moving in and out of schools. This is, again, a measure of how many schools essentially spent a full year being defined as 90% of the eligible days, and how many students were able to be at that school for the full year in terms of percentages. And if you move to the next slide, again, visually, you can immediately see where some of our disparities occur, for foster youth and homeless youth in particular here on this slide. Not unlike other pieces of data where we see disparities, this one is an interesting one to kind of come full circle on, because again, we're talking about being a differentiated assistance, for particular student groups. In this case, foster youth and homeless youth were two of those student groups, and having that additional data point to reinforce why that work is so important. Next slide, please. So just wanted to note that, through all the plans we named earlier, we've had a lot of external findings. We've had reports written about us. We've had a lot of folks helping us from the outside, from the inside. There are efforts to look at all of those pieces because it starts to stack up with so many different documents that we are searching for those through lines. And how can we inform the next evolution of the LCAP or other planning processes by not having those just become dust on the shelf, but actually starting to bring them back and see where are all those pieces of things that we're being advised to do lining up with each other, including the recent SIR report. Next slide, please. So for the next steps in terms of where you'll see us back up here, we'll be back here up in 2 meetings. So the second meeting in February, presenting the annual update and the one-time supplement. Again, that annual update is what is in the LCAP every year. It's this year being attached to a February deadline because the state wanted to make sure that we're also able to report on some of the key relief funding and one-time actions that are happening now. So we're going to take our best swing at all the available mid-year outcomes. So for each of the metrics in the LCAP, what can we report as of mid-year? What are the expenditure status? What do we anticipate spending by the year based on the spending to date, and the implementation data for those actions? And then the one-time supplement, how are we spending those relief dollars? How have we used them to date? Next slide, please. And so just wanted to appreciate this really nice graphic that came out of Riverside. And it just is here to show that, at the mid-year of any process, you're going to have some things where we won't know the outcome yet. There's some data that annually wait for at the end of the year. There's some outcomes that we can get an in progress or mid-year check on, and there's some that we'll already have done. So there'll be kind of a wide range of types of mid-year progress we'll be able to report. And then similarly on the next slide, for some of our actions, there'll be a few will be done, mostly will be in progress, and there may be some that are yet to be started. Particularly in this year, there's some actions that may be still staging because of all the things going on in the school sites right now. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide, I believe, and I'm just noting that the annual update and the one-time supplement will be a very key focus of the next 4 weeks, but we're also still engaged in all those other parallel processes that are part of that LCAP development, engaging with our educational partners, collaborating with different staff, business services, and really starting to gather all that measurable outcome data. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight, and I'm excited to pass the mic over to Director Espinosa.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. I'm going to very briefly just review some of the outcomes for our 4-year graduation rate. So I just want to remind the group that the cohort refers to the group of 9th grade students that started with us and ended the year. So in terms of graduation, we did see about a 1% drop in terms of graduation across our district. And the also wanted to know on this particular slide that the 23-24
year graduation cohort rate is different than how we calculate it internally. So I want to make sure that we understand that the percentages that are reflected under the 2020-21 academic year are calculated internally for our students, and it excludes our charter schools. So and this is how we measure our graduation rate year after year. So I wanted to make sure that we differentiate the two. Next slide, please. And this is just a comparison by ethnic breakdown. So, and I will talk to you about some of the work that's underway right now to address some of these. But we did see an increase in graduation in three of our subgroups in terms of Native Americans, ELs, and our Asian subgroup of students. But across all subgroups, we did see a decrease. Next slide, please. In terms of A through G requirements, we saw about 0.5% percentage increase across the district, and an increase again among our EL students or homeless users, students with disabilities, or African American students or Asian students in our white subgroup. So they were slight increases, but it was an increase nonetheless. And again, this is a four-year cohort A through G rate. So again, of the ninth grade students that started with us, how many of them met the A through G requirements? Just as a review, these are these students completed a minimum of 15 A through G courses required to enter a public CSU, public four-year university, CSU or UC. Next slide, please. Again, and this is just a reflection of those subgroups where we saw an increase. And all subsequently decreases across some of the subgroups. And next slide. So a lot of the work that our counseling teams and over the last few years, our counseling teams, our admin have been working diligently to create credit recovery options for students in some cases before school, after school, sometimes during the school day. And we've leveraged our Accelerate Education online platform, which currently satisfies the A through G requirements. So all the online platform that we've adopted in Sac City is rigorous enough to satisfy the A through G courses, and that curriculum has been submitted, just like any of our other courses, to the University of California for review and for approval. So all of our schools have the option of offering online courses through that Accelerate Education platform. And this is just a summary of the completions across all of our schools for the 2020-21 academic year. So last year was rough. It was very difficult to get students to complete the courses, to find students, to get them to progress and make adequate progress towards completion of the courses. But despite all of the challenges, we still managed to get over 6,600 courses completed through that online platform. Also note that the majority of, almost 1/3 of those courses were completed at SAC Accelerated. SAC Accelerated, again, is right next to CERNA, where these students attend there for about 4 hours a day and are working strictly on online courses. So that's why you see a big boost there. But across all of our schools, including summer, we saw 6,600 courses completed. Next slide, please. So this is our current course completion to date. So we have almost 1,600 courses completed to date. We typically, the pattern is the closer we inch towards April or May, we see a huge spike. So although we're not close to the 66 we anticipate outpacing, actually we're currently outpacing the current number of courses completed at this time last year by about 6%. So although this number is low right now, we anticipate seeing a spike in the spring once again. And our Matt Niblock, who currently is serving as sitting principal over at SAC Accelerated, he generates these comprehensive reports on a weekly basis, and we communicate this data out to our school sites and are monitoring pretty diligently. Every Friday we review this data. So this is something that we're actively monitoring and making available to all of our students. Next slide, please. So this is I want to clarify. So across the top, you'll see by high school the ethnic background, or the percentage of students represented by ethnic background, and then to the very far right, you'll see the pupils with one or more completion of an online course. So for example, at American Legion, 100% of the students who are currently enrolled at American Legion have completed at least one online credit recovery course. So in terms of the usage across all of our sites, the needs are, vary pretty widely. So the percentage is actually the usage of online courses by the total number of students enrolled. So for example, at the second school there, at Health Professions, 51% of the students enrolled at Health Professions have benefited from an online credit recovery course. So again, if you go down the list, it varies by high school. From small, comprehensive, but all schools have the option of offering online credit recovery courses to students. Next slide, please. So, or we could go back to that previous slide. I'm sorry. So I wanted to share with you, because currently, as a result of last year and in the spirit of continuous improvement, right, there was questions about, what is the background, what is the ethnic background of the students completing credit recovery courses? And unfortunately, we weren't able to get it in time for this presentation, but we did to make it into the PowerPoint, but we do have the breakdown. And we'll make it available to you via BC this next week. But we have taken a multi-pronged approach in terms of enlisting students and enrolling them into credit recovery. So in the past, we've leveraged the counselors, right? They're the primary as a group who are identifying the students and registering into courses. We've also leveraged our college mentors. They've been doing a diligent job of not only supporting the college matriculation work, but as students are deficient or are in need of remediation, they are meeting with students in the after school space and into the evenings and weekends as well. We've also increased the total number of seat allocations this year. We've added an additional 300 seats to ensure that the schools were not generating wait lists, for example, right? So we've increased the total number of seats as well, and we've been able to leverage the resources that you approved, in the spring, in the fall, in terms of leveraging some of our COVID relief funds, and we've partnered with UCAN, for example, and they are they're not only hosting our HBCU college fairs now, they are actually developed a high school, an early high school college prep program where they are serving and identifying African-American students and serving those students and going down to grade 9. Typically, they serve grades 11 and 12, but we're trying to target students at a much earlier age. So they are supporting us in identifying cohorts of students to catch them early, keep them on track, and really leveraging their expertise in this area. And we're taking a learning stance from some of the partners. So we partnered with UCAN to help in that work. We've also partnered with Improved Your Tomorrow over in the Burbank area region, and they are working with Rosa Parks as a middle school, identifying 7th and 8th grade students, and then we're following that same cohort through high school to ensure that those students are remaining, are familiar with the A through G requirements and remain on track for graduation. So And we'll speak about the 1300 campaign after this presentation, but again, really leveraging our partnerships to try to learn. And also, we have a meeting actually set up this next week so that they can support also with the recruitment of students and engage with those families in terms of the importance of getting back on track promptly. Because of the merger of the departments with the CTE department, we're also leveraging our CTE teachers and have developed dashboards for them to be able to identify students who fall off track early. And now the teachers are able to see that as well and are able to remediate or provide interventions in the classroom before the end of the semester or before students fall off track. So we're, in terms of dual enrollment as well, we're going to use that. We've partnered with Sac City College to identify dual enrollment courses over this next summer that we don't currently have available through our online platform. For example, ethnic studies, because it wasn't a state adopted graduation requirement, the online vendors didn't create this class, right? So we don't have that as an option to remediate outside of the school day. So our Sac City partners have created a course and will be offering it in the summer school space to offer our students the opportunity to remediate that course. So again, we're being creative in terms of how we can leverage our partners to support students and hopefully impact these rates before the end of the school year. And, we've done that historically, but we're being super intentional now in ensuring that we're breaking down the credit recovery completion rates by ethnic subgroup to try to intervene in a timely manner before the end of the school year. So in addition to what the counselors are already doing and the admin are doing to follow up with students and support them through these courses. So, okay, now if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Christina. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 2 public comments, and the first is from Rich Vasquez.
Good evening again. Just overall, I don't discredit any work. I know we're improving, but overall, my experience as a parent and as my kids, it just sucks. Coming down at just thinking about here at the high school level, I talked to my child about, what are your friends? Are you going to college? Or they're not talking about that, So what are we doing? I mean, I'm just thinking about it, the whole system I've lived. We went to the elementary school and we didn't have anything, no programs, sports, resources, no nothing. We just get sent home. I was trying to go to the library, find different resources in the community to try to build my kids up, but I didn't know anything. Then we go to middle school, we get to Sutter, we think we're somewhere great, but my kid wasn't, he can't even compare to the top kids over there. So we're not getting a quality education over there either, because all the kids are taking up the opportunities because, right, my kid isn't thriving. That's who gets the opportunities, the thriving kids. Okay, you go to Hiram Johnson. Now we got, for our first year, we have teacher vacancies, 2 teacher vacancies. That's how you start your high school career. So how do you want these kids to be engaged and care about that? Again, that's my experience, my child's experience, and all these other kids that I'm coming with. Because again, right, they're not speaking up. Their parents aren't speaking up. They don't got the time. Again, it's still system failure. So, I mean, I know you're working, but I'm about to be out of this district here in a year or 2, and it's still not good enough. Again, I know I've talked about who now everyone cares about the teacher vacancies now because it's focused, because it's all across the district. Well, that's been the problem at Hiram Johnson for like 10 years. I've been telling you. 2017, I came and told you, what are we doing about it? How are we making gains in the area? Because we still got plenty now here still on campus. And then even as a parent, putting all my time into the SIPs, I never missed a school site council meeting. Well, we have all these goals and the district stopped us from getting them. So we're still waiting on the slow moving district to give us what we're saying we need. Start supporting your school sites. Whatever we're saying in the SIPs of the year before, why don't we have all this stuff ready to go for the next year? So it doesn't make it, I feel like I'm wasting my time at this point, right? I keep banging on the door. You guys need to help your school site. We're on the ground, right? Your principals are on the ground. We're saying what you need. And if you don't give it to us, well, then we can't thrive. We can't get better. And we look like we don't know what we're doing. That's what I don't like. Because there is a lot of hardworking people over at Hiram Johnson.
That was 2 minutes.
In the bad stick, and we keep looking like we ain't doing nothing right. We'll start supporting the 600-700 English learners. Your guys don't got no program for them, right? So yeah, that affects all the scores. That affects what we look like. My kid is busting their butt, and we don't get the credit we deserve. Get better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Terrence Gladney.
Go ahead, Terrence.
Thank you. I want to just take a moment to sort of absorb what Rich just said. Again, I knew him at Tahoe as just a father trying to get engaged in his kids' education. And I applaud him for his continual advocacy. And I stand beside him in everything that he said. I think back to my own experience when my son was I think like a sophomore at JFK. And there was some mundane policy that said that if a student didn't pass a math final, they failed the class. Didn't matter if they had an A, B, C. My son was on track to pass the class. He failed the test. I didn't even know about the policy until I reached out to find out that it was in place. As I started looking at credit recovery options, I was offered, K12.com. He passed it with a B. And I wondered, how could this be when he failed a class? And they said, well, it's much less rigorous. But yet this is what we're standing behind as a district. I was going to make a different comment until at the end of Miss Espinoza, and I hope it's not Mrs. I hope I'm not misspeak, no disrespect, but towards the end of her comment or presentation, I heard her refer to concurrent enrollment. But that should be elevated as our priority. We know that we have limitations as a district with staffing and infrastructure and organizational operation. So why not be humble, be transparent, and say that we're not the best at providing some of these college opportunities for our kids, and we have partners that are an actual college. I tell all of my track athletes, the people that I mentor, I don't care if you take a PE class at Sac City. Once you take that course, you are a college student. That's college access. That's college and career readiness, because once you enroll, you're a college student. So at that point, there's no excuse for anything less than you continue on that path if that's your aspiration. So if we have partners that are able to provide that infrastructure that takes some of the burden off of us who have failed historically for generations, decades, historically as a country, as a school district, why not leverage those? So that being said, let's look at those first as opportunities to not only recover credits, but to gain credits in the college space so that we can not encumber our families with debt and other financial burdens that set them up for generational failure that we continue to see within our district and our footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Is there any other comments, Ms. Reddy?
No other comments.
Okay, I will open up this for board comment. I just wanted to thank staff. I applaud the effort around credit recovery. I remember first coming onto this board, and credit recovery was something that I vowed to tackle as a brand new board member. I remember we only had like 5 to 10 licenses at each high school when I first joined the board. There was many students that weren't getting credit recovery at all, and they were failing. They were just leaving school and not coming back. So I applaud the efforts. I know that this is a continuous effort, and we're going to continue getting better. I just want to applaud the efforts of what we're currently doing, and I can relate to Terrence. My son as well. Failed the class, went and did summer school, and passed it in 6 hours of an entire semester that he failed in a class. And so I know that there's a lot of work that goes into this. And I know that our staff is working really hard to make this happen. Member Garcia.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a couple of questions. On the credit recovery, given that we know that many of our students have fallen behind academically, wondering how are you keeping up with the demand? I think you said you added about 300 more seats. So I'm just wondering, how are you monitoring the demand for additional courses?
I think I'd be remiss if I didn't give credit to Matt Niblock over at SAC Accelerated. He does an amazing job of monitoring and keeping track of the enrollment of students. So by adding 300 seats, we kind of recycle those seats. So the minute a student finishes a class, we are able to register another student, and vice versa. So we have about 1,800 seats currently, and he monitors to ensure that those are utilized, at all times. So he generates a pretty detailed report. So if for some reason we have students, for example, we're able to identify students who haven't made any progress in like 5 days, right? So that triggers, that's identified in a report where he lists the names of those students and counselors and follow up with those students. So the minute a student isn't making progress, we then remove them from the class, identify another intervention if appropriate, and then enroll another student in that class. So that is being monitored on a daily, weekly basis. And to date, we haven't heard of any sites who are in need of more seats. So they're utilizing those seats on a regular basis, and he monitors that.
Okay, so currently there's enough for the demand to meet the demand, and continuously monitoring so that we can increase opportunities if need be. And so I think you answered my second question. My second question was around how long do students stay in this particular credit recovery model? And so, but you're saying they're in and out, right? And the moment there's an available seat, another student comes in.
Correct. And again, Matt Niblock created a ton of resources for our teachers and our counselors to use. So he has what's called a course pace analysis, right? So he tracks the average length of time that it takes a student in our district to complete any one given course. So we already know, for example, English courses, students take much longer to complete those courses. So if, for example, a student only needed an elective credit, we're not going to put them in an English course that's going to take them, 10 weeks to complete. We identify another course that would satisfy that elective credit, and kids are completing it in 4 weeks, for example, right? So he's created a lot of tools to ensure that the students are strategically placed into courses where they can be successful and recover as many credits as possible. So there's a lot of intentionality behind that.
Okay, and with a mindset of setting students up for successful completion. And then I do have, because the moment you said dual enrollment, it perked my ears. I have been, I think, asking for maybe like more information as to what is it that we are doing in the dual enrollment space, because I know it's been several years that the state legislature has really passed legislation, and the governor has signed it to make to encourage and incentivize school districts to form partnerships with community colleges, right? So I hear that's something that's happening. And I heard the example that you used in terms of giving our students the opportunity to take a class such as ethnic studies. But what I want to know is, we are not stopping at 1 or 2 classes, right? Because the intent of these partnerships is to offer up to 15 units that students can take at a community college level. And it's these units, these courses that help both to meet high school graduation requirements and help them advance or gain, units at the community college level. And it's 15 units per semester. So it's a very generous, I think, incentive. So I'm glad to hear that we're kind of going in that direction. I want to hear that we are going to have a very strong program to offer, or pathway, whatever, I don't know what we're going to call it, for our students, because I think our students are going to need more opportunities to catch up and advance in these next coming years because of the pandemic, right? Especially the students that are not the A students. It's the students in the middle. That's the student I was in high school. I was in the middle. And those are the vast majority of our students. So if you can maybe talk a little bit more about what you envision. I also would love to hear, and I think I heard this, I am aware of some districts, a district that I work with that has a very strong, middle college or early college in a middle school. So just thinking about how maybe you're thinking about, even bringing in middle schools into this particular opportunity for our students.
So in terms of dual enrollment, we're in the process of finalizing an MOU. So we've drafted it. It's already gone through our legal department internally. It's already gone to our Sac City partners as well. So we're ready for that next step in working with our labor partners in finalizing that MOU. But in the MOU, what it would allow us to do is to offer these non-traditional college-going students, right? These middle tiered students, the opportunity to take a community college course on our campuses, taught by a community college course professor or one of our teachers who has the credentials to also teach at the community college level in grades 9 through 12. And that's very different, right? Because typically our students who go over to the community college to take a high school enrichment course, are typically 11th and 12th grade students. So this would allow us to offer this opportunity to, I believe, don't quote me, but I believe it's about 800 of our students across all of our high schools during the school day. And it would be the non-traditional, not high achieving student. The whole goal is to target at-risk students. So we would be able to be very intentional in identifying students to give them the option to take a college course. And there would be support services provided by the Sac City counselors, and we would be paying for all of the textbooks. So this is at no cost to our students at all. So we're really close, but absent an MOU, we didn't want to wait. So we're going to offer some courses over the summer to ensure that the students have that opportunity as well. And it will be taking place after the summer school day so that we're not excluding students who, for example, are credit deficient and need to attend our summer school. They too will also get the opportunity to take a community college course over the summer.
But this will be offered throughout the year moving forward.
Correct.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I think this is happening all over.
Yes.
All over the state, but districts we just can't hire enough teachers to help us offer everything we'd like to see. Because there are just not enough teachers, not only now, but also in the pipeline, right? So this is why I think this is one of the reasons why the state is also incentivizing these opportunities, because it's about building capacity. And it's a win for the district because, our students stand to gain, but it's also a gain for a community college as well, as they're getting students. So I'm really excited to hear about that and that our students are going to have access to these courses moving forward. So thank you for that work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Morosky?
Thank you. I know it's late. I'll try to be quick here. So just in reflecting on, just the struggle that we've had with focusing on student achievement, when I arrived here, first it was the budget crisis and, not having to place, not being able to place any expectations on, improving outcomes based on a lack of resources to actually do that intervention and do the programming needed. And then now we're faced with COVID. So it does feel very frustrating. What we've been dealt over the last 3 years. But I really appreciate, the focus on the work, the early identification and proactive intervention in the middle, while you can actually catch students up. So I really appreciate that focus on the data. Just a couple questions. So for Mr. Ramirez-Bong, thank you. I always appreciate hearing from you. I'm just curious, when will the LCAP be coming back to us, and what kind of state will it be in terms of how far along?
Well, in the February 17th meeting, so a little over 4 weeks, we'll be here with the annual update, and that's work that happens every year, but this year, because of the earlier timeline, we're going to be taking a much bigger bite off of the work. And so the state of it at that point will be all of that mid-year reflection to date, being able to compile much more data than we usually probably would have had at this point of the year, which will be nice. It will require a little bit of a follow-up when we see you later in the spring. We'll rerun some of that data, so we have a data point that's closer to the end of the year. So in a lot of cases, you'll be seeing end of first semester. And then as we get closer to the end of the year, we'll redo that again. Similarly with expenditures, in some cases, we'll be able to have fairly accurate expenditures to what we expect to have encumbered and spent by the end of the year. But there'll be some places where we may not have complete data. And so as we get into that April-May timeline, we'll work with business services to rerun and provide a tighter estimate. And then again, with program implementation, being able to provide some high-level status updates on where are we with implementing some of these actions. And then throughout the spring, you'd see us back here, of course, for updates, the draft, reports on the summary of stakeholder engagement, all the pieces that we saw over the course of that April, May, June time horizon.
Okay, perfect. And then
Member Morowski, before you ask your second question, I apologize. It's 10:36. We need to extend our meeting. Can I get a motion to extend to 11:30?
Move to extend.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Abstentions? Should have known. All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. And I understand, that I also, this is really the heart of of what we need to be focused on, right? So I don't want to cut it short. So, okay, I just really appreciate the comments on dual enrollment from Member Garcia and Mr. Gladney as well. Really supportive of that as well. So I'll leave it there. Just thank you so much for the presentation, and look forward to talking more.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Are there any other questions? Yes, Member Rowe?
I have a few, and I'll be short. First, I want to say to Ms. Espinoza, thank you for that BC of the breakdown of when we receive it. I'm thanking you ahead of time, obviously, for that breakdown of the ethnic groups, breaking down about who's actually taking these accelerated courses. That would be very helpful as we look at the data. And then I'm also excited about the work that you guys are doing with the dual enrollment and the work with IYT. They've done amazing work deeper south and started out in Valley High. And to see them at Luther Burbank and Rosa is great. I would love to join you on that IYT meeting. So please send me an invite so I can sit in on that and hear about what more they're doing and how we can continually support our students in Area 5 and expand that throughout the district. Also, we talked a lot about how we want to promote the dual enrollment in colleges and how that's a good it's a win-win for us and for Los Rios community colleges because they get their enrollment and obviously they're looking forward to seeing how they can keep their enrollment going as well and they're great institutions there. I have an idea actually that I've had since I was elected and before I was elected. So I'm gonna tell you my idea, Ms. Espinoza.
Hear it.
And obviously, so the public can hear the idea as well. But the idea I have is we kind of talk about how do we make college opportunity really available for even our students, not only the high achieving ones, but the students that are in the middle, like Trustee Garcia, and even the ones that are struggling. Los Rios community colleges already offer tuition-free 2 years for once a high school student graduate, they can go to Los Rios community colleges for 2 years tuition-free, right? And that's an amazing thing that they already offer that not many people know about or they're not taking advantage of. What I would propose that we do is that just like Washington Unified and other school districts have partnerships with Los Rios, is that we provide acceptance letters to graduating high school students to where they automatic, no matter where you're at, you say, hey, you are accepted into Los Rios Community College, and here is the number you can call your counselor. What that does automatically for students that are not thinking about going to school, they get an opportunity to get something in the mail and say, I've been accepted to Los Rios Community Colleges, and I can go talk to a counselor. This might not impact the student that got accepted to Berkeley or got accepted to UCLA. They might receive this letter and say, oh, you know what, I'm going to go to Berkeley, UCLA, or Cal or whatever. But students that weren't thinking about it now have a tangible piece of paper in their hand that said, wow, I've been accepted here. And we should be able to look at that and say, will that, and we can actually aggregate that and see, do we have more students that are in the middle or struggling that have graduated but don't meet those other requirements that can go to City College and then transfer over? I think that's a progressive way of really promoting college and a culture of college here in Sacramento Unified School District. Now I know, as a district, we might say that's going to be hard to do across our area. As a system, sometimes those things are hard pressed to do across our schools. I would also propose, if that is the case, Area 5 is a prime space to start a pilot to test over a year or so to see who actually goes to college. And if IYT is involved, we can actually track that data and then bring that back to the board more fully to implement that across our district. Once again, I've said this before, maybe privately, saying it publicly now. And so if anybody in our community also agrees with that, hit me up. And Christina, I would love to talk to you more about this idea as we move to do more progressive things to promote a system of college within our district, along with what you guys are already doing. And that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent idea. And it's definitely worth discussing with our Sac City partners. They have been amazing in working with us and are even, historically, our EL students, for example, don't typically have the opportunity to take community college courses. And they're even willing to develop courses to help our, EL students earlier on, so that they could access these courses, and hopefully we could redesignate them much earlier and give them access to some of the core curriculum. So anyway, they're being very innovative and supportive. So we could definitely, think creatively with them about what it is that we can do moving forward. So we could talk.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Member Rhodes. All right, not seeing any other hands up. District 2 is an informational item. Thank you so much, staff. Item 8.4, resolution number 3242, 1300 strong resolution. Oh, you're staying with us, Espinoza.
Yes, I am. So give me a second to. Bring up my screen here. So thank you for bearing with us. I know it's really, really late, but we wanted to present to you this evening the resolution, the 1300 campaign. It's a community-led and systems change initiative that seeks to permanently transform the historical systematic barriers that have limited opportunities for young men of color. Focusing on Sacramento County and the Northern Central Valley, the 1300 campaign works with local, regional, and statewide partners to develop, advance, and establish deep-rooted change necessary to send 1,300 additional young men of color to each region's University of California and California State University by 2025 and 2026, respectively. So here locally, there's a commitment from Sac State, UC Davis, and then also in the northern south from us, UC Merced, to increase the number of African American students to enroll. So the Sacramento 1300 campaign's implementation efforts are focused on 7 highest need communities in Sacramento County impacted by race-based disparities in education, health, economic conditions, and community violence as identified by the Sacramento County Blue Ribbon Commission report. The goal of the 1300 Strong campaign is in direct alignment with our, Sac City's work right now and our guiding principle. So this resolution we wanted to present today as a public declaration of our continued commitment in supporting our young men of color in our district. So with that, I'll go ahead. Are they going to project it, or I could read it here? So I would like to.
You had it up there. Mm-hmm.
I have it up now, so I can read it here as well. So on this evening here, so we will commit. So whereas young men of color possess extraordinary academic potential, but continue to be the students least likely to graduate high school, complete the A through G requirements, and attend a 4-year college. And whereas given the historical barriers that exist for young men of color to achieve their full academic potential, legislative bodies must not only recognize the challenges, but implement policies to improve academic achievement. And whereas the 1300 campaign was created to work with school districts and local governments to send an additional 1,300 young men of color to Sacramento State and UC Davis by 2025. And whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with school districts to incorporate ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. As an interdisciplinary study, ethnic studies draws upon many disciplines to foster cross-cultural and understandings of the diverse ethnicities that have contributed to the history of the United States and help students value their own cultural identity while appreciating the differences around them. Ethnic studies heighten critical thinking, academic achievement, and problem-solving skills. And whereas Sac City Unified has been a leader in adopting an ethnic studies course and graduation requirement, beginning with the class of 22-23, forward pursuant to District Policy 6146.1, SUSD ethnic studies courses take place over the course of 1 semester. Students critically investigate the relationship between race, ethnicity, indigeneity, power, and social institutions with the intersectional experiences of Native, Indigenous Americans, Asian Americans, Chicanx, Latinx, and African Americans in a historic and present day context within the United States. Students learn essential Common Core skills in reading, writing, and research while developing their critical consciousness to become agents of social justice in their communities. And whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with school districts to give full access to A through G courses to ensure that A through G completion rates and graduation rates are treated similarly, because A through G eligibility for all students addresses a systemic barrier to college that contributes to the divergence in educational outcomes, particularly for young men of color. And whereas Sac City Unified has been granted an A through G incentive grant by the California Department of Education and has brought together a cross-departmental team to draft a plan to increase A through G completion rates in SUSD, particularly among underrepresented subgroups of students, by focusing on high school readiness among middle school students and the 8th to 9th grade transition. Whereas Sac City Unified has instituted an early identification and intervention system, which allows school counselors, mental health specialists, and social workers to leverage at-risk factors in the areas of academics, attendance, and behavior, and proactively provide support. Using the power of student data, staff are able to notice and respond to struggling students without having to wait for a referral. This is the core of the district's equity and access social guiding principle of ensuring that all students have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with school districts to establish a place-based mentorship model for young men of color at targeted 1300 campaign high schools. Mentorship helps improve students' social, emotional, and academic conditions through relationship-centered mentoring rooted in Indigenous healing practices of resistance, agency, identity, and culture. Ultimately, this creates an intergenerational community of positive and consistent male mentors for young men of color in Sacramento. And whereas the district has established some peer-based mentoring efforts at some school sites, including 2 of our large high schools, in order to develop better social emotional learning outcomes, including the nurturing of identity, belonging, and agency for young people. And Whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with school districts to allocate additional resources to hire 13 additional counselors that represent the diversity of the student population. Individual and small group counseling contribute to student success by providing the critical intervention and prevention support needed for young men of color, both in the classroom and beyond, especially when the counselors are culturally responsive. Providing representative counselors and retraining existing counselors to confront and repair racially based practices and behaviors through compassionate dialogue protocols. And whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with school districts to develop an organizational racial equity assessment tool that critically examines the inputs and outputs of educational initiatives, programs, hiring practices, curriculum, and budgets for impacts and in alignment with educational outcomes. And whereas the 1300 campaign seeks to work with the Los Rios Community College District to provide dual priority enrollment for young men of color. Dual enrollment is proven to increase access and inclusion for young men of color in post-secondary options, earning college units while progressing towards successful high school graduation. And whereas Sac City Unified will continue to work with Los Rios Community College District staff to prepare a memorandum of understanding outlining the dual enrollment opportunities for students in grades 9th through 12. And whereas the 1300 campaign is seeking to work with school districts to incorporate mandatory implicit bias training for K-12 educators as an ongoing effort to address racial inequities and unconscious biases that impact learning opportunities for young men of color. And whereas the district initiated anti-bias, anti-racist professional learning inclusive of implicit bias training in the 2020-2021 school year with district and site leaders, and continuing in the 2021-2022 school year with the management and certificated staff. Ongoing work includes teaching leaders and includes teaching leaders and teachers how to bring anti-racist, anti-bias practices into leadership, instructional, social, emotional, and behavioral planning and problem solving, combined with a focused effort to guide district and site leaders through identifying and resolving systemic practices and mindsets that perpetuate racism. And whereas Sac City Unified has previously prohibited the use of 489,000 willful defiance as grounds for discipline in grades K-8, now, therefore, be it resolved by the governing board of the Sacramento City Unified School District that Sacramento City Unified School District does hereby support the priorities of the 1300 campaign. Be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools in the district.
Ooh, take
that
a
was
deep
a long
breath,
one.
Christina. Take a deep breath. That was a lot.
It was.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one comment from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. Or is it still evening? Yeah. I'll try to make it as brief as possible, but obviously within the context of we're addressing historical generational failures. So I'll start with the fact that this resolution or this statement seems to be in the vein of what the district is doing without the acknowledgement of what the district and our system has historically done. So it's from a very rose-colored glass when, the Black and brown failures have really murkied that glass. It's not a clear glass of water. So again, being transparent, humble, and acknowledging our failures is where we really have to start if we're going to, really build on something that's going to be transformative and really different. There's been a lot of language in past generations and past iterations of resolutions and actions and policy that have not served these Black and brown young men like myself historically. We have to start from that space, and it has to be an honest space, or we're just speaking words. Just really quickly, from a curriculum standpoint, I heard that there's one semester of ethnic studies, which with quick math, that's 1/6 of a semester or 1/12 of a school year, which equals to about 1/48 of a high school experience, which is about 2% of a Black male or brown male's ability to acknowledge themselves in curriculum, except that within ethnic studies, it's multiple ethnicities within a single class. So that's less than 2% of their experience where they can specifically see themselves reflected in curriculum. That's not enough, especially when we're in a district where we tout the high diversity, the high representation across multiple ethnicities and the beautiful rainbow that we are, but yet less than 2% of our curriculum expressly reflects that. But we stand behind specific small learning communities that keep specific privileged populations from either leaving or keep them from commuting to our district. That is not good enough when these students generate dollars on top of the average student. There are specific dollars from the state targeted towards these subgroups, if we want to call them that, but they're really young people. There are babies that are Black, brown, and otherwise displaced historically. They generate additional dollars, but we look over the additional dollars that they bring and divert those to other privileged populations. Let's all collectively look in the mirror and do better. Thank you.
Karen.
We have two more.
Okay.
Good evening again, Rich Vasquez. Just listening, I just felt I want to comment again. I am a product of the district. Brown male, generational poverty, generational single parenting, generational everything stacked against us. And I don't even know why I'm here trying to vouch. Well, I do know, right? Because I had my life experiences and trying to get a job and had a child at 18. I had no support. Again, where do I go for support when I didn't have, my mom was uneducated. She had nothing, no father. So again, I appreciate trying to, resolutions or whatever, but yeah, start focusing on these populations. I mean, how is it my fault? What did I do? What did the kids do? Like, I see some, like, they get this thought about them and stuff, or, I mean, how do you want to support them? What do you want them to do when there's nobody, no examples, no nothing? So, again, I don't know how I'm here or whatnot, but you got to start listening and understanding that there are real life situations. Their kids are living this stuff and we can't blame the kids. We got to get better as a system. And we got to do better as the adults representing. I mean, what do we want? Or are we just accepting the failures? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Mo Kashmiri.
Pass for now. I pass. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mo. All right. I'll open this up for board discussion. All right. This is an action item. And so can I get a motion to approve resolution number 3242? Member Rhodes, you pass your gotcha.
I'm saying so moved.
Second.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, and I don't see roll call on here, but I'm going to go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
President Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
No.
All right.
Did we get student preferential vote?
I already did student preferential vote.
I didn't hear it. I just want to make sure that we didn't miss it.
Yep, I gotcha. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much, Christina. All right, item 9.0, board workshop, strategic plan and other initiatives. 9.1, resolution number 3246 in support of AB 75, kindergarten community colleges, public education facilities, Bond Act 2022. Ms. Ramos?
Yes, good evening, President Pritchett, board members. Very quickly, this resolution is in support of of placing a $12 billion statewide bond on the 22 ballot, and it is to fund facility projects. Currently, California has over $3 billion worth of projects that are on the waiting list due to lack of funds. For the district, we currently have about $1.5 million on the waiting list, pending funding. And then future projects that the district is also eligible to receive is about $60 million in matching funds. So we recommend that the board approve this resolution supporting Assembly Bill 75 for passage this year and 22, hopefully. And there is a resolution before you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 32? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. We do have comment from Mo Kashmiri.
Okay.
Yeah, Mo Kashmiri, in support of this, obviously we need to upgrade our schools. Our schools are way behind and we've got $1 billion of need that aren't even funded. But I also wanted to ask this board to make a formal request to also put it put a resolution supporting the Medicare for All AB 1400 Healthcare Act. We talk about being proactive rather than reactive. What we need to do is get ahead of our healthcare costs. The way we can do that is through a single payer system. Everybody in, nobody out. We eliminate the middleman of the insurance companies. We have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and we get mediocre outcomes. We know we can do better than that because every other industrialized country in the world does better than us on that. So I would ask that the board members make a resolution for AB 1400 CalCare as well, especially given that the Sacramento City Council recently endorsed it as well. Our district is a poster child of healthcare costs, strangling the ability of the district to support their students. So I think we should be embracing that role and working proactively to reduce our labor costs. It'd be amazing if we could get rid of costs. It'd be a tremendous boon to the budget. Thank you. Similar to this resolution we're talking about now.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 3246. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All right, superintendent roll call.
President Pritchett.
Aye.
I had my hand up.
I'm sorry. Go.
No, you're good. You're good. I just will say a moment, a statement, but I already have asked to formally put that the AB 14 for review for our board in February's board meeting to look at the resolution. So if you're asking that, Mo, we're already looking into it. Just wanted to put that out there, and I look forward to it coming back to our board soon.
Thank you. All right, superintendent roll call.
President Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
All right. Item 10.0 communications, 10.1 employee organizational reports, SCTA.
No report.
SCIU.
Yes, we have Mo Kashmiri reporting.
Okay.
Mo Kashmiri speaking about SEIU Local 10-1 hat. I do want to say that there's the good news is that we appreciate that the superintendent recently reached out and met with us and our leadership. We felt like it was a good tone, good conversation. We are still, we are hoping that there would be more of a plan that's put in place as well around addressing the issues that we have around staffing, around COVID, and around re-implementing the COVID sick leave. We are pleased that we're hearing some discussion around that. We're also pleased around the issue of hazard pay type situation. Regardless of what it looks like, I think the employees are struggling. They've been struggling, and they need support from you, and they need it not just in words, but through actions. They need to do something that they can actually feel, they can hear to help bring the morale up this time. I do want to say that and if there's a question about bargaining a COVID leave, agreement, that's not something that sounds particularly difficult. That seems like something that would be pretty easy to get moving. I do think that at the bargaining table, we're still feeling like we're not getting responses. We're not getting information requests that we requested. At the bargaining table, the district is taking the position that they're not giving any economic proposals until we give all of our proposals. So instead of a give and take in a discussion, it's just kind of a like kicking off and like saying, oh yeah, well, we'll eventually someday talk about the matter. Right now, I think this district is struggling. We need to rebuild trust. We need to improve staffing faster because this is the wrong time to be having that problem in a bigger picture. So thank you. Oh, yeah. That's it.
Thank you. All right. TCS?
No
Teamsters?
report. No report.
UPE?
No report.
Okay. 10.2 District Advisory Committees, the CAC?
No report.
DLAC,
No report.
LCAP Advisory Committee,
No report.
Student Advisory Committee.
No report.
Okay. African American Advisory Board.
No report.
All right. Superintendent's report. Oh, sorry. Item 10.3, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I'm going to be very brief here and just reiterate again our continued commitment to do everything that we can to provide a safe and healthy environment for our students. You heard the amount of work that our staff have been doing day in and day out in trying to be creative in a very fluid manner every single morning, trying to figure out how do we best deploy a limited number of staff, of course, as you know. I also want to just thank the state of California. Earlier today, we did pick up about 130,000 N95 masks via the Sacramento County Office of Education. And I want to thank Rose and her team for working throughout the evening and the morning to deliver those masks to each of our school sites. We have approximated that we will be able to equip each of our staff members with about 20 masks for each individual and still have some availability at our school sites for contracted service providers, for volunteers, for substitutes, and still have some in our warehouse for future use as well. We've also placed orders for N94 masks that seem to be more comfortable for children as well, hoping that we will very soon be able to offer our students the opportunity to also access masks as we are doing with our staff as well. Again, you heard, and I will continue to say that we are going to stay committed to a very rigorous testing infrastructure. And you heard from Victoria Flores and her very amazing and talented group of staff members that have really done just an amazing job, a heroic effort in demonstrating our commitment to this community to help mitigate the spread of COVID. We are part of the community. I'm reminded of that here at the district office as I arrive from trying to visit as many schools as I can. We've seen very long lines for COVID testing. We do ask that individuals that come here to Albert Einstein have some affiliation to Sac City, students who are part of Sac City, staff members, and even with that, some of our lines have easily extended onto 47th Avenue. Today, we saw fewer, but we also expect to continue to see more. On Monday, I just want to really reiterate what Ms. Flores mentioned earlier in the presentation, board members. We will be here at CERNA providing COVID testing. We know that it's a long weekend. And we just encourage and ask our community that if they were to develop any kind of symptoms, that they take advantage of the very committed, talented group of individuals that are going to be here very early in the morning, most of the day next Monday again. And finally, I want to just express my gratitude to the County Public Health Department, Dr. Kasiriye, who has continued to be very open to some of the changes that we've had to make in contact tracing, given the number of COVID cases. We will continue to work and consult with her, and I just want to thank her publicly as well. Finally, you are going to hear, board members, that we are going to do everything that we can to take advantage of the executive orders that Governor Newsom issued earlier this week, trying to help us address some of the staffing challenges through a more streamlined process for substitutes, extending the number of days that individuals can be substitutes as well, allowing student teachers to take on classrooms, allowing retirees to also come back and support us without losing retirement benefits. I hope that the community will step forward. You'll hear videos video statements from the mayor, from you as board members as well, some of our elected officials. I have said that I've wondered many, many times how we can better partner with our community to continue on this transformational journey to transform Sac City into a high-performing school district. I think that it's very possible to achieve that here in Sac City Unified. It's why I took on this assignment. It's why I'm looking forward to extending that assignment. It's why my children are enrolled in this district as well. And I feel that in the past 4.5 years, this is one time where I think it's very appropriate for us to be very open with our community and say that we need you to come forward to help us, given the disproportionate impact that COVID has had on our community because of gentrification and other issues. We need our community to step forward and assist us with targeted staffing support and more volunteers. So I hope that our community will step forward and assist us with that. I'll defer back to you, President Pritchett. Thank you again.
Thank you, Superintendent. And fantastic job on acquiring those masks. Thank you. All right, 10.4, President's Report, given the late hour, I'm going to bypass it this time. 10.5, Student Member Report.
I'm going to pass it as well.
Thank you, Student Member Zhang. 10.6, information sharing by board members. Member Garcia and then Member Phillips.
I just wanted to briefly mention and thank my fellow colleagues on the board, Board Member Morawski and Board Member Phillips, for signing on to a letter addressed to the County Board of Supervisors in support of amending a county ordinance to ban the sale of all flavored tobacco products. This is something that is a huge problem with our youth. We're seeing more of our youth becoming addicted to tobacco, to vaping, et cetera. So I wasn't able to reach out to the rest of the board because of Brown Act issues, but I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that a few of us, signed on to a letter urging the county to support the ban of the sale of these products. And the final item, or the item for final action, is coming before the board on January 25th. If others want to send in their letters, that would be great. So, so I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Phillips.
I'm going to take up this last bit of time before it's 11:30. I just want to talk about what I learned this evening. Every meeting, I learned something new. And what I learned was basically that the parents, teachers, classified staff, students, and even our own student board member have said to us tonight that we need to step up to making adjustments toward the best case scenarios. As elected officials, we are placed in our positions to listen, hear, process, and to speak to the needs and concerns of our constituents. We somehow need to become aware that at this point in time, while we're working like hell to deliver the best solutions, we have those who have been affected by our decisions and leadership. They've been telling us that we need to hear them and to be proactive. I shouldn't have to reiterate anything that's been said tonight with regard to safety and learning. It's been said, and tonight was not the first time, and I'm sure it'll be not the last time for us to hear. It's imperative that we have a COVID and safety agenda item every single board meeting. I think that would help our constituents to make sure that we're reporting out what we know, and that we as a board, admit to not specifically failure, but I think failure is a good word. Not everything works out. Sometimes things don't work out. That's when we make an adjustment as a board and as a district to make sure that everybody's taken care of. So those are things that I learned this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Phillips. I'm not sure who had their hand up first, Member Wu or Member Rhodes. I think it was
Member Rhodes.
Okay, Member Rhodes, go ahead.
Yes. So I'm just going to let everybody know a little bit about. We wanted to let everybody know about the recurring monthly event at one of our school sites, the neighborhood fair at Success Academy, which is at 2221 Matson Drive every third Saturday. The Project Activation Meadowview Neighborhood Fair takes place from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This Saturday, January 15th. The Success Academy will be hosting a no-cost voluntary COVID-19 testing and vaccination event. In addition to free testing, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines will be available. Children ages 5 to 11 may access their first or second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, while first, second, or booster doses of Pfizer and Moderna will also be available. Vaccines will be offered to those who are age 12 and over. The one Johnson & Johnson vaccine shot is approved for 18 and over. So if you guys are looking for a place this weekend, Success Academy, Project Activation, Meadowview, which we hold in Area 5 every third Saturday, opening at one of our neighborhood schools to the community. So stop by Success Academy between 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. And thanks for everybody for doing their part to fight the spread of COVID. And we'll get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Wu?
If I could ask Member Garcia to send me a copy of that letter, I could send one on to the Board of Supervisors as well. Thank you.
Member Phillips, you still have your hand up? Okay. All right. Item 11.0, consent agenda. Do we have any public comment on consent agenda?
No comment on consent.
All right. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Yes, on all open session items.
Superintendent, roll call?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports received. 13.0, future board meetings, dates and locations, February 3rd and February 17th. I don't know if we will be allowed to be back there or not, or if we'll be back here. Not sure. We'll find out that by then. I'm sorry to tell you this, board, but we need to reconvene back into closed session for a short time. And then when we are finished there, we will reconvene back into open session to close the meeting out. So please use your original link to go into closed session. Okay, thank you. Have a good night.